Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul. stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
Heal the earth.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I am your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to this yoga and meditation episode that we are broadcasting at various partner channels today. And we will be talking about it more, discussing about the importance of yoga, let the peace flourish through yoga and in the life of people, and how we can use this holistic wealth for the tranquility of body, mind, and soul. But before that, let's have the Gayatri Mantra. Joining your hands together, closing the eyes, taking a deep breath inside, Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitoe Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Prachodayat. Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Prachodayat. Sham, sham, sham. Welcome. Today's episode of Yoga and Meditation, where we are having so many guests and experts in the field of yoga, meditation, holistic healing, as well as professional and doctors in this field who are so enthusiastic to know and to let people know about the importance of yoga. And that is why today I'd like to welcome all our guests who have this episode with and a lot more to come. Let's give a warm welcome to my co-host, episode co-producer, Riddhi Vyas from London. Global namaste to you, Riddhi.
Clever namaste.
Alexandra from Croatia, who is also our episode co-producer and is running a well-being academy, as well as our health episode producer, Dr. Rajiv Gupta from United Kingdoms. Global namaste to all three of you and a very warm welcome to today's episode. Riddhi, it's a delight today to have you all together to discuss and to know more about what are the benefits of yoga, how yoga is useful, how yoga and meditation can and are basically doing so much to the people in the times where there is war, there is crisis, there is pandemic, and a lot more things happening at one way or the other, on one place or the other on earth. So in this way, these kind of talks definitely add that tranquility in the minds of people.
Yes,
What have you
indeed.
to
And I
say?
think we're actually quite lucky today as well that we are surrounded by so many intellectuals that not only have they actually studied yoga and meditation, but they practice it on a day-to-day basis. And they have one aim, and that aim is to spread the message of yoga and meditation globally, to inspire and to educate and to entertain people and to bring them onto this path of yoga and meditation. And it's just so lovely also to be joined by my co-host, Alexandra. Alexandra, welcome. What are your thoughts?
Kindly unmute yourself. Yes,
Thank you. Yes.
please.
Thank you. Global Namaste from Croatia, from beautiful Adriatic Sea. I really wish to welcome you all here soon. The global, soon we have next month, the International Day of Yoga. I think the 18th already the UN decided that's like really one health, one earth. It's this International Day of Yoga logo or slogan. So if I'm healthy and my neighbors are not healthy, if the planet Earth is not healthy, this is not going to work. So episodes like this, platforms like this, they contribute to this global health, the global unity, to global education, like you already said. And the practice. We support each other, we answer the questions, we ask questions, we leave some questions open because we don't know, and then we look and search for new guests, for new episodes where we can get more answers. But getting together, I think this is the most important, the community, and that's what yoga is about for me.
That's wonderful. And we're also joined by our integrated health producer, Rajiv Gupta, and he does a lot of work, not only in the NHS as a GP professional himself for the last 30 years, but also on the field of yoga and Ayurveda, and really looking at an individual in terms of their whole integrated health, bringing together the science as well as the holistic health. A global namaste to you, Rajiv Ji. Welcome. And your opening remarks, please.
Ah, Thank you so much. It was such a great opportunity to look into yoga and look into a scientific perspective because we know yoga has been there for thousands of years and it is practiced even in the Western countries more in a physical way. But what is the philosophy behind it? Why it works, how it works is really good. So I have done, as you know, work over last 10 years or so. What happens in neuro, the neuroplasticity, the changes in the neurohormones, the synaptic connections, which is the fundamental, and it's really good that yoga works, and there is no need for different techniques to compete with each other. Yoga is a way of life. Let's live the life in a very different way. And let's try and think and understand the philosophy of yoga and understand why it works, different asanas, why they work, which disease they work, how to preserve the health, and how we can have a holistic view for the future so that we have the newer generation, the Gen Z, to believe in yoga and take it to the next level. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So, a methodology that can be peer reviewed, that stands up to scrutiny and can be replicated along the way. And it is actually in the essence itself that we find our true selves and what yoga really means. Amrita, without further ado, can you please introduce our first guest for today?
Yeah, thank you, Riddhi. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Let's welcome Riddhi. And as we move to South Africa, Charlene, Global Namaste, Chantil,
Global
uh,
Namaste, Dr. Amrita.
how are you?
I'm well in yourself. It's
And
always an honor and pleasure to share my Sunday afternoons with you guys, whether it's on Zoom or on YouTube. I love the discussions, irrespective of where I am.
yeah, we also look forward to the viewers and their love as well for us. And you have been into yoga, you yourself practice yoga, you practice meditation as well. So, what is your message for people on practicing meditation and how
Ho-
it is important to practice meditation? What kind of things do we do in meditation? Without my more words, it's better I let you go. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, a global namaste to everybody that's sharing the afternoon with us and to everybody that's still to join. So I'm in South Africa, Johannesburg. Meditation has been a great part of my life for the last few years, whether it's for 1 hour, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's just became a part of my lifestyle, basically. And I'm quite honored to say this year I've actually shared it with a group of school children, and that's matriculants. And in January, the teacher basically approached me and asked me, because he knows that I'm very passionate about yoga and meditation, and he asked me if I would be able to share some of my knowledge and experience with his kids this year. Because as we all know, matriculants go through a lot of stress throughout the year, irrespective of the backgrounds that they come from. And I told him it would be a pleasure for me to share my knowledge and my experience with him on a daily basis. So one of the bigger challenges was we're in two totally different provinces. For instance, in South Africa, I'm in Johannesburg, which is our economical capital, and they are basically based in Kimberley, which is in the Northern Cape, one of South Africa's biggest provinces, where the first diamonds was basically discovered. Let me put it that way. And the school background is a very diverse group of kids coming from a Black as well as a colored community. And they impoverished areas as well, coming from a low to a middle class household. So none of them have ever been introduced to yoga or meditation. So yoga would have been a bit of a stretch for me to actually share with them because of the logistical impact. So what we've decided to do is to share meditation audios with them. I would then do 5-minute meditation clips on a frequent basis with them to share, take them through guided meditation sessions. And this actually had such a huge impact for them. And it was just such an honor for me to share it with them because the first results for the first term was the fact that they had an 80% pass rate, which the teacher said was such a huge impact for them because they could see the difference in the kids. Their stress levels and anxiety was automatically reduced for the last few months since meditation has been introduced. And they found that the concentration levels increased as well, which was brilliant, which means their focus and them being present in the class as a significant contribution. And it just shows the power of meditation, irrespective of the amount of time that you spend on it. It improved the learners through their calmness. It also helped them time manage a lot better and be self-aware of their surroundings, and it enhanced their resilience and their coping mechanisms. And with the meditation and the breathing, emphasis on breathing throughout the sessions, they also realized the importance of breathing through anything in life and taking that a few minutes out to actually just concentrate on what's important to them and be focused during that specific session. So their first experience with it is basically the first thing they do when they get into their life orientation class is to spend 5 minutes to 7 minutes just on pure meditation. The clips that I basically sent through to the teacher. And sometimes we don't realize what an impact it actually has. And a recent research from one of our major medical institutes in this week has shown that mental disease is actually rated third in South Africa. And if meditation has such a huge impact, it just shows you the enormous benefits that each and every community can have, irrespective of anybody's background. And for me, it was so amazing just to know that something so small has such a major impact, because the kids started sharing their experiences as well, which made it even a lot better. And what I've also done was I've designed worksheets for them at specific times of the month. And one of the months was February, which was gratitude. So every day when they wake up, they write one gratitude, what they're grateful for at that specific point in time, being it just waking up in the morning. So they'll write it down, and if they have challenges, take time out, breathe, meditate, and reflect on that worksheet to say, I have all these things that I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for the opportunity to go to school. I'm grateful for the fact that I have parents or grandparents or somebody important in my life, or even I'm just grateful being myself and knowing my own value. And so that for me was hand in hand with February, which was the month of love. So it was to see what they're actually grateful for and incorporate that as part of their meditations on a daily basis. And then later on in March, or just before they went back to school for the second term, we've introduced I Am. So they need to say, who are they? How do they see themselves as a person, as part of meditation, to grow their characteristic so that they know they are strong individuals, they are warriors, they are fighters, they are a child, they are a boy or a girl, they are a grandson or a granddaughter. And these are things that's important because it builds your character. You become stronger as a person. And mentally, if you reflect on all of these and you incorporate them into your meditation, irrespective of whatever goes wrong in your life, the fact that you actually have something to fall back on, whether it's sitting, breathing, and just following up on your breath movements or just the stillness, because it's the stillness that's actually so important. Like my own personal meditation normally happens like early hours of the morning, which is your 3-4 o'clock in the morning, South African time. And those are the most quietest times that you can ever experience. And for me, that's a reflection of everything else that's going on. I find that if I feel life is getting too challenging, I'll just take time out, just take a minute, close my eyes, and just breathe through everything, and knowing that there's more to life than whatever's weighing me down at this point in time. And that's the impact for me that meditation on a daily basis has. And if people aren't aware of it, it's always brilliant to tap into somebody that can basically assist you with it on a daily basis. And meditation is also something that I'm looking at introducing at one or two other schools. And so this will then become part of their routines as well, and maybe a common trend for them. So yeah, so meditation for me is quite important. Yeah.
That's really wonderful. In fact, this kind of a work where meditation for future generation, meditation to give an idea to those little ones who um, are those budding stars who doesn't know who we are, to know about the presence of the soul within yourself. I think this is a really a beautiful job that you are doing, and I really liked your uh, technique of working on the meditation that you talked about. um, who I am, or you have to write about I am, you have to write about gratitudes. If I think as an elder, we start working on these kind of self-building techniques, it will give us a lot of answers to those questions that remain unanswered in our life, or where we get lost in so many situations in our life and we don't know who to address with, where to find the answers to. And I think these kind of meditation techniques where you are, it's kind of a self retrospection on yourself, to know more about yourself, to
Yes.
look into and peep into your own storehouse of your thoughts and your own storehouse of your heart, and to see is really a beautiful thing, I think. And that's really wonderful. Let's have a comment from Riddhi from London to know more about it. And then we will move to Jitendra ji in London, India. Over to you, Riddhi. Thank you.
The best thing that I like, Chantal, about what you've just said is to get them whilst they're young. It's to start
Yes.
to open up their doors to this from a really young age, because it influences their whole dynamics, their personalities, their characters. Everything begins to align to who they really are. Not who
Yes.
they're told they are, but who they really are. And that really is the essence of it. I mean, even as adults, I've seen so many people coming into a yoga class and they are scared of being in stillness. They're scared of just being present with themselves. So by giving this
That's
gift to
true.
them from such a young age, what are your thoughts on it?
I think it's actually quite great, because you find that the dynamics has changed over the years, and people or kids nowadays try and find something where they feel it adds value to their lives, and a lot of the times it's in not so healthy stuff, if you know what I mean. They start doing substance abuses, etc., because they don't know where they fit into society, because everybody's trying to influence them in a different manner, instead of them just realizing who they are. It's okay. If I'm creative, it's okay for me to be in that space. If I'm academic, it's okay for me to be in that space. If I fail, it's okay for me to learn from it, because it's not something major, it's something you can work on. It's a life challenge. Everything that you go through builds your character. And it's so important because, like you say, it needs to start at grassroots. And because the environment has changed such a lot over the years. And you also find that parents don't spend a lot of time anymore with their kids because everybody has a 9 to 5 job and they have to leave the household early and have a lot of other things to do. So the kids are basically left to their own devices. And if their friends tell them they're not worthy of X, Y, and Z, they actually take that to heart. And it's quite sad because then you find that they go out of their scope of their characteristic. And in most cases, sometimes it builds to suicide. Other times you find that the kid ends up with a group of friends that's very toxic for them. They end up in toxic environments. And if you build their character and tell them and express to them that this is who you are, and it's okay for you to be that person, and nobody can take that away from you, because you basically define at the end of the day how you build your character. And that for me was quite important. So that, because one of the things that the teacher was telling me is that he was shocked that boys actually took to it quite nicely, because a lot of the times there's like this egotistical thing that it's okay, I don't have to do this. And coming from a Black background as well in South Africa, it's like nobody can tell me I'm a macho man irrespective of my age. And then they feel like this is a woman thing, you know what I'm saying? So for him, he was actually shocked when he said the boys in his class is actually taking to this. And it's phenomenal, the fact that they do, which also for me tells me that they open up, they're open to the process, they're willing to learn and to guide them through it, which means it takes the ego out of it. And that's an important role as well.
I was going to say it removes the limiting beliefs that otherwise would be imposed on them, to help them to open up their thinking and to think in much grander ways about not the little problems in their lives, but about bigger problems in their lives, more helpful things that are going to help them to align with their passions, as well as them being grounded and centered to be able to navigate themselves through those tough times. Jitendra, what are your views on this?
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, Amrita, Riddhi, and everyone. Yes.
Fantastic. So, Jitendra, you have done your PhD in Chakra Samhita, and it's something that you've been practicing for the last 35 years. You've also written a book on Dhyana Samhita as well as the Chakra Samhita, and you've earned global recognition for this. I just want to say congratulations to you on such a massive feat. Tell us more about it.
The Chakra Samhita book, I mean, most of the people here know. So based on that, I prepared the thesis. And fortunately, it was considered as so many original findings are there. So on 31st, I mean, it's very recent. On this 31st, the convocation is there at Bombay. It's a Russian university, a very reputed Russian university since 1962. And that university is only, I mean, specifically University of Alternata Medicina. That means for complementary medicines only. It's that. So fortunately, recognition is being given to chakra healing. My importance part of that. So various points were there in the book, like the specific importance of heart chakra, interconnectivity between various chakra. So many people believe that the more we move upward, if we meditate on third eye or crown chakra, it's not necessary to take care of the lower chakras. So that's a myth. So all those things were taken care of. Affirmations I had made of my own. Hypnosis and meditation, because I have hypnotic qualification also. So I combine the things, hypnotic meditation. So the people go directly in subconscious mind and get the advantage. So all those things were there. So otherwise it's a long thing. And it was more of psychological nature, metaphysical nature. Because in this since 1998. So obviously now it's 28, 27 years. And now come in contact with many. I was a faculty of behavioral psychology, behavioral science. So I was just trying to understand the impact of various thoughts, emotions on chakra. So all those things were covered in the thesis. So that is something about the thesis.
That's
And otherwise,
wonderful.
it's a
And
long subject, as you know,
it is a
right?
very long subject and it's something that can go
Yeah,
into
there are
so much
21
depth.
chapters. Yeah.
Yes, but just to keep this on a very surface level for beginners that are thirstful coming into the world of meditation, for
Yeah.
sadhaks that are just about to embark on this path, what would you say is the effect of dhyana on the chakras? And how can we help somebody on this path as a sadhak to be able to progress with the dhyana and the meditation?
Eh, See, the meditation, the way in which you do the meditation, it will impact the chakras. Suppose you are doing earth element meditation or root chakra meditation, then root chakra will be balanced. It will go towards balancing. Again, I am not using the word strengthening because sometimes the chakras are overactive. Generally, we are used to say so and so chakra is blocked. Most of the people say my so and so chakra is blocked. And even the professionals say, come to us and let us activate your chakras. But in many cases, the chakras are overactive. So balancing is the correct word. We have to use that word. If we meditate on the sacral chakra, which is very much required, because 50% of the population are going to gynecologist, and that gynecological department is basically sacral chakra department. So that is also very important. So the chakras will be impacted based on the meditation style that you are practicing. And to bring the people to meditation more and more. One thing is the advantages, the benefits are to be popularized scientifically. Because the new generation, particularly the younger one, even you are in that generation, they will be coming only when some scientific proofs are there, and there are a lot of scientific proofs. So they should be popularized. How hormonal changes are there, how it can be measured, what are the yardsticks for measuring the benefits that you have gained over certain period, all those things. But even before that, what is important is to clear the myths about meditation. There are so many misconceptions about meditation. Once I have already talked on this platform about who must meditate. So let us keep that part aside. And today, let me talk about the misconceptions about meditation. The biggest misconception is, first of all, meditation gives only good feelings. So many people start meditation and then for some time they start getting emotional, they start getting angry, they start getting sad, and they feel that after meditation, everything is worsening. Actually, that's a cleansing process. Amrita is there in, she knows what happens in during cleansing process in Ayurveda. The poison comes out. So that is the emotional poison that is coming out. So the first biggest myth is everything will be right from day one. For some time, people will be cooling down. But then then the inner deeper cleansing will start. Then the person may come out with all the guilt, all the fear, all the frustration, anger, and everything, which can disturb a person. So that people should be educated about that. Another part is somehow, whenever spiritual points are there, then the people believe that aged people, they should meditate. It's not my time. I remember I was not meditating, but I was doing yogasana since the age of some 15 years as such. But when I was doing it at the age of 30, my aunt had told me, Arey, it's not your age to do all these things. Even for yogasana, When I was 30, my auntie had told me this. So, regarding yogasana after this Ramdev Maharaj and everything, it is getting popularized. But regarding meditation, still the people believe that after a certain age we should do that. Actually, the advantage is spread right from a child to the person who is on the deathbed. So the advantage is age-wise, class-wise, they should be popularized. Fortunately, now 21st December is the World Meditation Day. So I think some will move towards that. Further, when the pains, etc., bodily pains start, then many people stop doing meditation because of lack of guidance. They don't know that this pain that is starting, because that is also a cleansing part. The way there is emotional cleansing, there is a physical detoxification also. Suppose somebody is meditating, I have seen the people, I mean, all these cases are just against my eyes. Somebody stopped meditation because he came on the first day, second day, and then stopped coming. Afterwards, when we met and I asked, the reply was headache had started. Actually, when the energy started moving up, third eye blocks are very strong. So it takes time to break those blocks. So the pain starts initially, but immediately, if you stop that, then obviously you will not get the advantage. Some people don't, some people believe that only the monks do that, or the people who want to be monk, they do that. Gradually, that impression is now shedding off, and people are doing, but still much is required to be done in that regard, that it is all for all the people who want to live. Forget everything. For all the human being, it's required. One myth is it's a wastage of time. Who has the time to give half an hour or 45 minutes? Nobody has the time. We don't have the time. Actually, when we give half an hour daily, not once in a while, daily for meditation, then ultimately it results into increased efficiency, and you may save 2 hours somewhere else, because the decision making is very powerful, then very accurate. You can do the same thing with great speed because the concentration is more. All those things must be popularized, so it's not a wastage of time. Some people say, again, that's a misconception, it's boring. It's boring when you don't have the experiences. So that should also be very clarified, that once you start having experiences, then the experiences are varying so much. Physical level, emotional level, psychic level, that you will never stop it. Say my example, I've given more than 10,000 hours of meditation, if you consider right, since 1998. So obviously, it's more than 10,000 hours now, and we never stop it. Anybody who's doing regular meditation will never stop it, because without meditation, he or she would never like to start a day or end a day. They are doing it in the night. So that should be once again clarified. Then some people don't do it because they believe that we have to wear certain kind of clothes. We have to sit in a particular posture, like in a lotus posture. And they say, no, it's not our cup of tea. We can't sit that way. We can't sit toddler. They have simply to start at least. It's not necessary that you have to go for a particular posture. The idea is to see that your comfort level remains throughout the period. If you are coming in a lotus posture and then after 5 minutes your attention is there, then obviously you will not be able to continue. So no specific posture is required. Regarding the clothes, actually, no specific clothes are required. In fact, the best meditation is without clothes, because in every cloth there is an energy. Every thought is an energy. And whenever we are wearing certain clothes, whatever clothes we are wearing, then the energy is there. And that energy is somewhere obstructing the flow of meditative energy. And that's why all Digambar Sadhu, etc., or all the monks in the caves are doing like that. So if we have the convenience at home, if we have that solitude, then the best way is to go without clothes or in the least of clothes, or at least not in the very fitted clothes, like with elastics, etc. So that myth should be cleared. No specific clothes are required. No specific posture is required. Some believe that it is connected to a particular religion. Absolutely not. For every human being, this is spirituality, not religion. Religion and spirituality have to be separated. Religion is something that we are doing. If I'm born Hindu, then I'll be doing it in a Hindu way. If I'm born Jain, I'll be doing it in that way. If I'm born Christian, I'll be going to the church. That's a religion. Spirituality is above that. So religion and spirituality, that difference, that should be clarified. That myth should go. Then escapism. Yeah. Some people say we are karma yogi. We believe in doing the things, not in just idly sitting there. It is just an escapism. Now, the people who are doing meditation, they know very well. See, what is escapism? To fly out from somewhere, to rush from somewhere, which is disturbing you. In case of meditation, on the contrary, you will be getting all the thoughts that are disturbing you. Suppose I have some issue, and with that issue in mind, if I start meditating, then that issue will come very strongly. It will come up very strongly. So it's not an escapism. On the contrary, our concentration, our energy is going more on that, and there are more chances of getting a solution. So that should be cleared, very cleared, that it's not escapism. On the contrary, it is going towards that. One part is, suppose it's my own case, my boss thought that I'm becoming non-responsive because some issue is there. I was in charge of some 50 branches in a regional office of bank, and suppose some issue happens at some place, then the people will be rushing. Oh, that particular branch has this issue, and so what will happen there? And if you go coolly, then people misunderstand it. Actually, you are unaffected and you are trying to find out the solution remaining unaffected. But the people who don't know about meditation, who have not tasted the fruits of meditation, they believe that it is, these people are, after meditation, these people are becoming non-sensitive. It is not non-sensitive. It is not becoming non-sensitive. It is becoming cool. It is becoming focused. It is becoming unaffected and trying to find the solution. So such points should come out. So this misconception, then one biggest myth. People start meditation and then sometimes they stop physical activity. They think that meditation is everything. It's not correct. So many people who had started meditation along with me in 2001, a big group, I joined a big group in 2001. So many people who had started meditation, they stopped all the physical activities. And then they started suffering because of various ailments. And then they contributed that to meditation, that we started meditation. Earlier, we didn't have any issue. And now, because we started meditation, this happened, that happened. Actually, it was not because of starting of the meditation, but it was stopping of physical activity. So other things are also required. I was talking to Riddhi before 2 days, and Riddhi was asking the question. Without her asking on this platform, I am taking it now. Riddhi was asking me that suppose we meditate on the third eye chakra, then what about the other chakra? So again, not as a misconception, but we are customized to meditate only on the higher chakras, either on the third eye or sometimes on the crown chakra. There are only 7 chakras, and in 7 chakras, the entire life from birth to death is there, from conception to death, not birth to death. Then how can we ignore the other chakras? We can't at all, because every chakra is concerned with a particular system of the body. Suppose crown, that is with psychiatry and neurology. Third eye is with neurology. But what about respiratory system? What about cardiovascular? What about reproductive system? What about excretory system? You cannot ignore any of the systems. All are important. So one myth is doing the meditation only for the higher chakra. See, one tablet cannot go for everyone. One medicine and for everyone. Is it possible? Obviously not. So depending upon the nature, depending upon the elemental balance in a person, we have to choose the type of meditation that a person should do. If a person has so many issues with the root chakra, obviously, first of all, the foundation has to be made stronger. Without the strong foundation, this entire structure cannot exist. And if it exists, then it will be shaking. So many issues will be coming up. Secondly, if with higher chakras, everything is balanced, then nobody will go to a gynecologist or a urologist. But they have to go. We know that. One conditioning, particularly in many countries, if not West, in East, at least it's there, that when a person is spiritual, then they should stop talking about the lower chakras or reproductive systems or those organs which are connected with the reproductive system. How can we ignore something because of which our existence, our very existence is because of that? And how can we ignore that? Our life is around that. Our relationship is around that. And how can we ignore that? So the main point is here, everyone has to be recommended a meditation which is the best for that person. It can be relating to root chakra, it can be relating to heart chakra, it can be relating to sacral, it can be relating to higher chakra. And the best way is to take a 7 chakra meditation or a 5 element meditation. It's quite possible. In half an hour, it's possible. If a full half an hour or 35 or 40 minutes are given, then we can move through all the 7 chakras, all the 5 elements at a time through guided meditation. People leave meditation because of one reason, as I said, they say, feel it's boring or I don't have any experience. If it is there, then they should go with the guided meditation first. They can try different guided meditations. It's not necessary that one person's meditation or another person's meditation, but they should go on trying. And now Amrita is coming there, so I think my time is over.
So,
Is it?
Jitendraji, I think this is a really powerful session here. What we're
Yeah.
basically saying is that one of the biggest challenges are balance. And there's been lots of research that's been shown, which shows us that cleansing is so important, even whether that's on an emotional level, whether that's on a physical level, because it's those experiences that are causing distortions all of those times. It's those experiences that are distractions upon the path of meditation, and it's about surrendering and moving past those distractions and still being adjusted to our aim, still knowing the direction of our purpose, of our thoughts, and still moving towards that. What is some of the research that you found either during Chakra Samhita or Dhyana Samhita that shows that meditation works?
What is the
some
research?
scientific research?
Scientific research is, first of all, your brain waves change.
Right.
So EEG can be done, electroencephalograph. Like ECG, there is EEG, electroencephalograph. So if you, when you're starting the meditation, you should get an EEG. If you are that much scientific, then you should get an EEG when you're starting the meditation. And then after some time, after 3 months, 4 months, you can go with a fresh EEG, and then you will see the changes in that. Secondly, the another is hormonal test, because the hormones change. Various cortisol drops, and so many dopamine and other, then GABA, etc. The secretion increases. So hormonal test will give another result. Thirdly, very simple result, not going for anything like this. Generally, a person breathes for, Amrita will answer. Amrita, may I ask you?
Yeah.
In 1 minute,
Yes.
what is the breathing cycle of a normal person?
72.
Pardon? Pardon, I didn't get you. In 1 minute, how many times I will breathe?
In
15 to
sorry, I
16.
can't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Gupta is very close to that. I mean, it's generally people say that it's 16, 15, 16, something. So, Kushi Ladda, you are different person. Stop. Yeah, your 4 is not okay here. I'm coming to that. She is a person who is doing regular meditation, and so she is saying 4. So, if we go below 10, then the doctors will say it's critical. The doctors will say it's critical. So, the most common test is, once you are accustomed to meditation, your breathing cycle will be longer. Your one breath, that means inhaling, keeping inside, exhaling, once again keeping outside, remaining without breath, and taking the fresh breath. That is one cycle. So that will come down from 16 to 12, 10, 9, 8. Suppose mine is between 3 to 4. Even when I always measure just after waking up. It's my habit to measure after 10 minutes. Not immediately, because that will not be the correct figure. So after 10 minutes, I measure. So one person, this Kusi Ladda, who said it's 4, because she is also habituated now. She's an avid reader of Chakra Samhita. She has read it for 4, 5 times. Her entire life has changed because of that. So she was saying there are 4, 5 people I can see they are there in the Zoom also. So those people who are doing it, Harpreet, yeah. So they have been doing it for quite some time. They're checking it also. And because of that, this thing has calmed down. So let us make a simple habit. Not immediately, but after 10 or 15 minutes after waking up, just measure your breath. Put a timer. Start from 0. When you take the first breath, it's 0, because it is just started. When you take the second breath, it is 1. How many breaths you are taking? In 1 minute. Right? After meditation, once again measure it. There will be a change. And after 2-3 months of meditation, it will be very different. When I'm speaking regularly with you, at this moment also, I'm very sure it will not be more than 4, 5, or 6 at the most, which is medically critical. So medical science is many a times misleading. So that is a simple test, right? And one more thing, people will be telling you that you have changed. That is one more test. The people who will be seeing you earlier, and when you start meditating daily, then they will be saying that you have changed. You have changed a lot. Your face glows because everything is changing now. So the lower frequency emotions will come down, like guilt and frustration and anger. You'll be going for introspection. You'll be coming out of that. All those things will happen. Right?
So I was going to say that's the internal transformation that we can see is as
Yeah,
we're actually working on the meditation. Not only is it working on meditation, but it's also working on our breath, and our breath has an
obviously.
indirect effect on our mind. So one of
Yeah.
the easiest ways, and thank you, Anjuji, for sharing this today, is by
Even if you are not
focusing on the
meditating
mind
on the
and breath.
breath, this will happen. It's not necessary to meditate on the breath. This will happen automatically.
So
None
it's
of
the
the people who
automatic
are
nervous
here
system.
are meditating. I mean, the who gave the figures, they are not meditating on the breath. I know their style of meditation. They are not doing it here. They are doing on various chakras, mostly from my YouTube. So I know them. Otherwise, I'm
Wow.
open.
Isn't that just wonderful? Amrita, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really wonderful. I would like to definitely read your book, Chakra Samhita, which is very similar to Charak Samhita, as the words say. But then, yeah,
The
you're
next
very
is
right.
Dhyan Samhita. So the next book's name is Dhyan Samhita. Reiki
Yeah,
Samhita and Dhyan Samhita, two are coming.
right.
Because
So
the Reiki
from
Grandmaster
the
also.
breath of 15, 16 per minute, as you slow down with the inhalations and exhalations, and the process of changing the breath per minute, uh, you're
What is
absolutely
the
right
impact?
with
I
the
tell you. What is the
transformation.
impact of? What is the impact of lower breath cycle? I'm telling you. We have almost 60,000 thoughts per day, right? We have almost 60,000 thoughts per day. The thoughts come only when we inhale or exhale. When we
Yeah,
are otherwise, the thoughts are not there. When the breath is inside, there's no thought. When the breath is outside, there's no thought. Now, when the cycle was 16, and now if it's 4, it means your breathing has come down from 60,000 to almost 15, 20,000. So your breathing is lesser, so the energy is preserved, and you can spend it differently. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
perfect.
Thank
you,
you,
Jitendra.
everyone.
That
Beautiful.
is a
Thank you.
wonderful thought to leave us with here today as well, is to focus on the power of breathing. Stick around because we will be having a panel discussion later on, but we
Yeah,
do
I'm
need to
here.
move
I'm
on
here.
to Renergy at the moment as well. So a global namaste, dearest Rena.
Global
Welcome.
namaste, everyone. Everyone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Neil Kumar and everyone. Thank you. Amrita,
Thank
Riddhi.
you. Thank you.
I'm here. Okay. Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah, Dr.
Yes,
Rajiv,
dearest
you have
Rajiv.
question. Global Namaste, Rena. We'll come to you and let's take a short question from Dr. Rajiv and his comments. Over to you, Dr. Rajiv, for a while, please.
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of expand on it, in fact, rather than questioning, because
Okay.
I know the mind-body medicine is so powerful, and having been trained on both the allopathy or Western medicine side, and also being a yoga teacher, which is a complete different qualification, it is important to dig deep into it. And Jitenji was saying that if you take the EEG, the brainwave pattern in yoga, the yoga practices actually influences in a very different way. And alpha wave, which is increasing the calm alertness, which is
Hmm.
very different than anything else noticed. It is commonly observed during the yoga, and it reflects the state of calmness. And also, as you go deeper into the meditation or chakra alignment, theta state exists, which
Hmm.
is associated with the deep relaxation and creativity. And this is facilitated by some other yoga techniques. And if you go even deeper meditation, then gamma wave synchronization happen, which is linked
Yes.
to the cognitive processing and insight. And this can occur during advanced meditation practices. And these changes in the
Theta and
brainwave
then delta
pattern.
also. Theta, two parts of theta and then delta. Yeah.
Perfect. So it's so good that, as you explained, that there is so much depth into it, and this is the balance, well-being, which is more
Correct.
powerful. And again, the breath rate becomes slower and slower because
Yeah,
the
yeah.
mind calms down, and the highest concentration of oxygen is in the brain. And
Yeah.
therefore, as you're coming down, your need for requirement become less. So with less breath, you can manage your body much better.
Correct.
Yeah, perfect. Perfectly said, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. I'd just like to add on with my PhD and the institution where I'm working in Indian Knowledge System of Mental Health Applications. We have a lot of researchers like this, and I myself have been a subject of working with the EEG and recording the EEG patterns with the brainwave variabilities, and also a lot of studies in terms of the heart rate variability as well as fMRI and other studies which are very, very helpful to understand about the brainwave pattern, the connectivity series, as well as the neural networks that travel in the brain at that time, which is very interesting. And we'll have a couple of chit chats on that. It's time to move to first talk about something that beautifully comes from the land of Israel with Rena. Global namaste to you, Rena. A very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita, Neil Kumar, Riddhi, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, the whole Healing Our Earth family. It's been a really long time, and I so appreciate the warm welcome and really just continuing to make me feel like family. A lot of you sent me messages on Friday wishing me a happy birthday, which was very sweet. My official birthday with the secular calendar is this coming Friday, but actually today is my Hebrew birthday. So
Wow.
yeah, so happy birthday
So
to me.
let's have, yeah, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you, dear Rena. From everyone, from Neil Kumar especially, and from the Healing Our Earth family, as well as from my side, abundance of wishes and lots of love. May your life keep prospering, and the way you keep smiling and spreading your aura amidst all these circumstances, may your life keep blooming with the flowers of prosperity, health, wealth, and the goodness that the nature and the God has bestowed on you. So many, many wishes and much love from my side.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful blessing. Amen to all of it. So yeah, I'm here to speak to, well, I guess, yeah, I'm here to speak to you all about a topic that's really important. It's really important to me for our world, and it's no accident that it's coming out of Israel. I'm here to talk to you about trauma-informed yoga and a little bit about me. Today, I run a program called Wellness Edge, which is for high-tech companies. And for the first year of the war, I was running a nonprofit where I was teaching yoga to people with acute trauma from the war, and it turned out to be children and wives of soldiers. Part of the switch that I've made is understanding that everybody in this country and arguably in the world is carrying some kind of trauma. And so it's just shifting to meet them in their workplace instead of in the yoga studio. But it's really the same. Trauma-informed yoga is really about meeting people where they are and people as people and acknowledging that every person has a unique set of experiences that made them who they are today. And so it's acknowledging that. And the word trauma, specifically, as I understand it, is essentially and it's important just that we're on the same page about this. So this is how I understand it, that trauma is essentially an experience or a series of experiences that caused overwhelm to a person's system and left them feeling helpless or hopeless or out of control. On one foot, we're not going to get into it more than that for now. And if you understand it like that, it's essentially someone went through something where they felt out of control. And a trauma-informed yoga class and acknowledging all the things that made a person who they are and brought them into your class, if I'm speaking to teachers here, then the most important thing is that these people, and again, most people are carrying some kind of trauma, so it's really anybody, that the goal is making people feel safe and prioritizing self-regulation. And I'm going to give now a few tips for what that looks like when you're teaching. Of course, you're not leaving here with any certification. Take what works for you, leave the rest. But I do hope that if you're a yoga teacher, that you'll gain maybe one new tip that you can bring into your classes. And if you're a student going to classes, these are things to be aware of. And there's often it's often unclear what to expect from a yoga teacher. And if you sense something is off, and if you sense that your teacher's not doing one of these things, maybe that's not the right teacher for you, or maybe you even want to have open a conversation with your yoga teacher and share whatever it is that you need in order to feel a little bit safer. And I'll share a little bit of my own story at the end. So a few tips. The first is that it's important that people have choice. And this goes for every part of the yoga class, wherever possible. If you're starting with a meditation, that you give people the choice to focus on a point with their eyes open or close their eyes. It can be really triggering if somebody feels that they have to close their eyes. Another thing is when I start with arriving to the class and then grounding people into their bodies. And the wording that I use when I get to that point is to focus on an anchor. It can be a point that you're staring at, a sound that you're listening to, a part of the body, for example, the soles of your feet, or the breath. And just go with whatever feels most comfortable for you today. Now, of course, people who are listening, you might know that connecting with the breath is the deepest way to connect with yourself and to anchor in. But it's not always appropriate for people to go to that place. Not everybody will always feel safe to go to that place, and that's okay. So it's really giving them that choice and allowing the choice to change from class to class for them. Again, like wherever possible, finding those opportunities for choice, and also including Shavasana. Is lying flat on your back with your feet about as wide as the mat, your arms by your side about 45 degrees, palms facing up. But if that doesn't feel safe for you, what's most important in Shavasana is that you are giving your body an opportunity to relax so that it can integrate all of the benefits from the practice and all of the lessons from the practice. And if it's more comfortable for you to do that on your belly or in child's pose or with your legs on a chair or with a blanket over your body or whatever it is with kids, sometimes they like to roll themselves up inside the mat like sushi, and then they feel like they're being hugged. So whatever it is, or maybe it's even going under the mat if there's no access to blankets. So whatever it is that gives people that choice so they touch. And again, this goes back into feeling safety. Personally, I see no reason for a yoga teacher to ever touch a student. I view my role as a yoga teacher as a guide, guiding my students to reconnect back to themselves, and that it's been totally effective for me to just use very clear cues for how the body is supposed to be aligned so that it's safe, and demonstrating what that looks like for me, looking at them, and then using my words to tell them what needs to change just in order to keep themselves safe. If you feel really called to touch a student for whatever reason, you must ask their permission. And I know that sometimes you might forget, and permission every single time because it might change from moment to moment. The next point is that there are some teachers that are well-intentioned by starting the class by saying, if you have any physical pain or ailments, speak up now. The issue is that those are really intimate conversations and that not everybody's going to feel comfortable sharing in that way. So what it does is either puts people in a position where they're re-experiencing potential traumatic situations without the safe container for doing that, or they stay quiet and they keep it to themselves, and then you as the teacher you can do it in one of two ways. what I would oh, it says my connection is unstable. It's good. Can you still hear me? Okay, so what I recommend that you do is that you have some kind of form that you give to students to fill out before the class begins, where they can put it all on paper, you can review it ahead of time, and then that also allows you to plan for the class. Maybe you're not planning the whole class, but a little bit to plan for what is going to be acceptable or not based on the students. If you're not able to do it ahead of time, then I would encourage you to have those conversations with each student one-on-one. It could be kind of in general, maybe it's showing up to class 10 minutes early and saying, if anybody wants to speak to me, come here. I'm available to talk privately. Or it's going up to every person individually and saying, hi, welcome. My name is Rena. I'm going to be your teacher today. Is there anything that's important for me to know so that I can make sure that that you have what you need to feel safe? Just an example for wording. All right, we've got two more points here. The fourth is to make sure that you're using, excuse me, to make sure that you're using invitational language. So rather than saying, I need you to put your hand here, or you need to now put your hand here, or put your foot here, or put your head here, or whatever it is, you could say, if it feels right, try doing this. That's one example. And again, to really cultivate that sense of choice. So like just for example, in a lunge position, you could start off by saying, okay, start with your foot on the ground, and with your knee on the ground, and if it feels right, you can play around with lifting your knee off the ground. Just an example. For the fifth point, it goes back to creating a space where people feel safe, where they can self-regulate. And so it's constantly guiding these people, excuse me. And when I say these people, it's everybody, right? So guiding people back to themselves, because the mind is going to be wandering, and using cues to remind people to be present with their experience, to be present with what's happening, and to remind them that they have power in these situations. And that's what gets me just for a moment to share just briefly on my own personal experience, where I didn't know that I was carrying really serious trauma right now, just to protect anyone who might be listening. But what I was living with this unconscious trauma for about 7 years. And it was really causing a lot of stress and disorder, which is why we have a term called PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And finally, after doing a lot of healing on myself, I was watching a documentary, and I had already studied trauma at this point, but we all need a reminder sometimes. And I was watching this documentary that explained how some people develop stress and disorder as a result of their trauma. Other people experience exponential growth. And that's also where there is choice. And that if a person understands through their body in a yoga practice that they have choice from moment to moment, that's something that they can then take into their daily life and understand that they have choice with how they're responding to their trauma. I call it PTGO, post-traumatic order. And I hope that these tools help, whether you're a practitioner, whether you're a student, whatever, a teacher, student, wherever you're at in your yoga practice. I hope this is helpful for you. And I'll stick around for a few minutes if anybody has questions or reflections. I'm curious how it landed.
Rena, can you just repeat what PTGO was? I think your connection just cut out.
Post-traumatic growth order.
Growth order. So that's a fantastic one, because it's changing the neuron patterns that people have otherwise been programmed with through the power of choice. And I think that's something that you kept coming back to time and time again, is that people are actually free to make those decisions that feel right for them at any given moment, and to go with whatever it is that they're feeling. And the body, the way that I see it, is that the body already has an innate wisdom. The mind already has the power beyond infinity to heal itself. So by giving people that choice and just being a conduit to the process itself enables that healing to happen.
100%. Yeah, I really believe the body has the power to heal itself if you give it even just half of what it needs to be able to do that. And I think that really is the equation there as well, is realizing what the body and the mind actually need at any given moment, because then it's so much easier then for people to pick up the other strategy part of it, to be able to feel into whatever's happening. And not only that, they don't just need to be able to feel into it, but then they've got the power of the choice to decide what to do next. And it's in that decision that they've got their power within their hands to take control of their health.
Totally. And I
Yeah.
also always teach, I always explain to my students, and I'm sure, Riddhi, you of course know this, but when I get to Shavasana, part of the reason I want people to really feel comfortable is I always say to them, modern Western medicine has only recently been able to prove what the yogis have known for thousands of years, and that is that the body, and I have chills, that is that the body has to be in a state of rest and digest with an active parasympathetic nervous system in order for it to heal itself. That is the foundation, that is the basis. And that is why, for trauma-informed yoga, creating safety and developing self-regulation is the foundation.
Very well
Absolutely.
summed up. Amrita?
Yeah, absolutely, actually. And that is why the whole idea of understanding and knowing yoga is that I have been emphasizing also students to understand how the importance of Shavasana in its own way. And that's why rest, the time to rest, or going the techniques of yoga nidra, these kind of versatile techniques that yoga has offered are very unique in building up and tuning the mind and the neurological patterns, as well as the connectivities that run into a different zone in the body that is itself promoting self-healing. And these kind of self-healing properties, they are inbuilt in the body, but we need to give time to that, actually. And that's very rightly said. Riddhi, it's time to move on with our next guest. Please introduce him and a global namaste as well.
Global Namaste, dearest Dr. Vishalji. It's a pleasure to invite you back onto Healing Our Earth again, and in particularly your work on chakra physics, which absolutely interests me because it's not just from a social perspective and the external world, but it's about going within and really paying attention to those different nodes, really paying attention to the resonance, the mind resonance within, which moves us from dharana to a state of dhyana and even samadhi or kaivalya. Tell us a little bit more about your work.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to, express my gratitude and salutations to all the esteemed members who have, assembled out here, and special salutations to you, Amrita ji, Dr. Gupta, Neil ji, and all other members. So I would like to, start with saying a thing that the Vedas basically uh, demarcate between, they distinguish between what we understand as mind. The Vedas, the Nath basically focuses on the brain part of the thing. Mind is where the emotions are. As the previous speaker was mentioning about the trauma. So trauma is something which is driven by emotions. It is not a natural thing. Till the time you don't keep feeding into the trauma, you don't feel the trauma. Okay. So mind is something which is driven by the emotions, and brain is something which is responsible for the healing and the further progress as what the body can do, and step into the super consciousness and into the super consciousness, as what we understand as from dhyana is focus. As you focus on something, so there is something which is beyond the emotions. Normally we are focusing on emotions, as every one of you would be focusing as what I'm saying. So there is a observer and there is a subject. Likewise, in meditation and dhyana, the body is one, and we are focusing on something within the body. It can be breathing, or it can be something which is beyond the body. like focusing on a light or on a flame of a candle. So there are two things. One is the observer, the other is the subject on which the observer is observing. But in Nada, in what the Rig Veda mentions is that the time we are focusing within, we are not traveling inwards. We are just stopped traveling outwards. So when the brain is not fed to any emotions and there is no mana, there is no chitta involved, it is the super consciousness, it is the consciousness which takes the role of the anchor, as what you are doing, Riddhi. So you are deciding as which speaker is to be speaking at what time and how long, and what is the nature, what is the texture of the speech, or the conversation that the speaker will be presenting. Likewise, it is the consciousness, it is the brain which allows the chitta, to the mind, to play into emotions. But unfortunately, the passing of this authority is taken by mind, and brain is hardly has any control. That's why people go into a great state of trauma or great state of anxiety. People have they don't have any control over as what they're thinking. There is a continuous monkey mind. So this mind is termed as, in the Rig Veda, it is termed as chitta. And this chitta is basically governed by how the society, how the family, how the society, how the neighborhood is. So it is driven by emotions. When a person goes into a state where there are no emotions, that is when the introduction into the consciousness happens. Even the time a person is focusing on something, there is some trace of emotions, but beyond emotions is where we step into the state of consciousness. And this is where the brain is in its natural form, and that's where the body, the brain, the physiological develops further, and there are no peripheries, there are no boundaries behind for it, and there is no prescribed way. It is like a free fall. It's like a free fall. So you don't know. Like in Earth, we don't know what is upper, what is niche, because it's a spherical structure. It is a spherical structure. Likewise, in consciousness, there is no prescription, there is no prescribed way. And the beauty about the Vedas is it's basically telling you, as you have a certain formulation of the energies within, as what we term that chakras. There are 114 chakras. So we have a certain formulation as how these energies are uh, aligned with one another. But there is a possibility that you can go beyond that. Okay. So this is what we know. But if there is a state of consciousness, then there is no sense as what you will feel in that state of consciousness, as what we commonly term it as samadhi. Because when you are in the water, you are not wet. You feel that you're wet the time you step out. Okay. So in the state of consciousness, you have no feelings as what you are experiencing, as what you're going through, because there is no association of emotions. So this is where we understand the energy. And once we understand the energy, we understand as what the behavior, the flow of the energy is. And one of the easiest way of knowing energy is by sound, because we cannot see it, but we can still hear a bit of it. That's why before any mantra, before any mantra, there is a recitation of Om. Om is a nad. So we are trying to make the mind settle and the brain take the seat of a settle. So that's why we chant na, the Om. And Om, whenever it is chanted in a longer pitch, so that mind, the emotions settle down. Fortunately or unfortunately, over the years, the changes have happened. They may be distortions, they may be alterations, but the real essence of the mantra, as mentioned in the Vedas, it was basically to have a meaning which is uh, which cannot be comprehended into language, but can be understood by the brain. Okay, so yes, definitely, it's not an easy path, but neither it is to keep yourself healthy and happy. So this is what I have been doing, and uh, it's the blessing of the Almighty. It's the blessing of Mahadev that things happen, and the impossible is normally uh, I define impossible as I am possible. So till the time you don't know what your boundaries are, there is no one who can define you.
So this is actually a really important discussion because what it tells me is that energy is on a subtle level. So whether we're actually thinking those emotions in our head, whether we're saying it out loud, sorry, thinking the thoughts in our head or saying them out loud, either way, it still carries an energetic vibration to it. So then is it the case that through focusing on the mantras, through meditating on the bija mantras, that we're able to change somebody on a not just a mental, emotional level, but also on a physical level? And is there any science to prove that?
Yes, it is definitely provable, but for every study to happen, or every study to be for one to understand every study, there is a certain uh, you, uh, base studies that you have to do. Just metaphorically, I'll put down an example, like every person who's visiting a GP or every person who's visiting a consultant is not a doctor. Yeah, but there is a certain system which the GP or the consultant would be prescribing to that patient, and that patient can get over with what the patient is suffering with, right? So to know in totality, it would require a certain practice. I can say it theoretically, yes, it is possible, but the chanting of the mantra, if you are experiencing it, it is more to do with your emotions because you're associated with it. Like I'm a Mahadev Bhakta. If I am to chant or I am to hear the Chalisa or the mantra of Mahadev in Sanskrit, I can associate with it. But if the same is chanted in Mandarin, I would not even understand. So it is not that I'm not finding the essence of the chanting, but I'm trying to find an emotional angle to it. Okay. So now this basically in which you don't have to understand the thing. You have to experience it. You have to sense it. And what it can sense is beyond the emotions, and it is not a this experience or this elevation will not be a time bound event. It will be a timeless experience. It will remain with you. It will remain with you. It will keep resonating the way it is the time you go to a certain level.
So then how would you explain to somebody that's viewing Healing Our Earth right now the power of having a mantra practice, of having even a personal mantra which they carry with them? And it's helpful even in stressful times, even in times of trauma, one that they can keep going back to time and time again. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so my thing would be that one should not try to find a meaning out of it. Like if we are chanting a Lakshmi mantra, we should not visualize or hallucinate a goddess who's clad in a red sari. You know, sitting on a hunch. So if you're chanting a mantra, be in sync with the mantra. Feel your breath. Feel your breath. The time you're chanting that mantra, are you feeling that breath? So whenever, unfortunately, if a person is into any kind of a trauma, that person should chant the mantra of the nad of Om. But it's not to be spelled as a word. It is to be sung like a strike. Now, depending upon what the kind of a trauma it is, there are thousands of variations as how you can chant Om, just one nada. It depending upon what your need is, you have to chant that, and that will bring the result to you.
So whether that's through speeding up with that mantra or slowing down or even just doing it mentally will have a different effect on the mind, the body, and the emotions in that given moment.
Exactly. It depends upon what your breathing is. It depends upon what your breathing is. Like we have a different breathing in the time a major in the army is calling for his platoon to be in the attention mode, and we have a different breathing the time a saint is addressing the conglomerate. So it depends upon what your breathing is, because your breathing is going to be defining your pitch, and your pitch is going to be defining as what you'll be feeling. That's why we have basically the postures normally with the merudanda straight, the spine to be straight.
That's fantastic. Vishal, there's so much more that we have to discuss here. Please do stay around. We're going to be having a panel discussion at 4:20, and we'd like to invite you back for that. So please do stay around with us. But we're just going to move on to the next segment of our program with our co-host, Alexandra. Alexandra, a global namaste to you. And how have you been finding this episode so far?
Global
अखिला
namaste,
के notes
everyone. It's
अखिला वाले भेज दोगे मेरा रिकॉर्ड में देख लूं एक बार प्लीज
it's very
Go ahead.
special. I think from Charlene, when it started when she said how she teaches children meditation, and now Dr. Vishal about the mantra, and it's really about that, I think, quality of warmth directed to oneself, about that self-love, experiencing and developing that self-love, that also Charlene teaches children through 5-minute meditation audios that she gives to them, and then guided meditation. And that's what yoga is. It's really like, it's a self-love. It's, it's not like what Jitendra ji also said. It's not a garment. It's not about what we wear. It's not how we sit. No, it's something in the heart. It's about relationship to ourselves, to others. So that's why it's like such an important task. And I think about that. It's not just that it supports self-esteem and self-confidence, but it's self-love, self-compassion. So with children in Johannesburg, or my next guest is Helena from Croatia. She also traveled the world. It's about that act of beauty and courage to deal with unpleasant feelings, sensations, and urges, like really creating that space and time, that expansion to happen.
That's beautifully said. And a global namaste, Helena, to you as well. It's lovely to have you with us. And Alexandra, please do introduce Helena.
Thank you so much, Riddhi. Helena, welcome. Dobrodošla.
Thank you. Namaste to everyone.
So I hope you listen. I saw you joined early.
Yes, from the beginning.
Thank you so much. That's so nice that you are now becoming part of our healing, our family, and get to know what we do. Because you asked me what we do, and it's so difficult to describe, no?
It's very hard. Yeah.
And every Sunday is different. and we really just go spontaneously, and we offer space and time to our guests to present what they do, what they think, how they do what their deepest essence is. So maybe, do you want to present yourself in your own way, Helena?
Yes, of course. First, I want to say big thank you to introduce me and call me here. And first of all, I want to say my name is Helena, like you told, and I'm from Croatia. I'll travel across the Europe and South America, of course, and I have planned to go India. I hope soon as well. And I want to say just few short story about me and my awakening. It was really hard, I'll be say like that. My deepest awakening, it was like after my mother died. And I was felt really depressed, and I got the depressed and psychosis episodes. For a few months I spent in the hospital, and after that I decided to sit on my bicycle. Everything was before 7 years, and I sit on my bicycle and I told myself, okay, I want to just cycle and go somewhere and something to have very funny and nice travel to the Finland, because it was very flat to there. And I was cycling for 3 months there, but on that 3 months I was taking the pills what doctor told me that I need to take. And after 2 months I decided to leave all these pills and decide to heal myself on another way. In that time I was doing yoga as well, but I never do that deep like now. Last year I decided to do yoga teacher training as well, to do deeper in my practice. And I can say that yoga helped me a lot to give myself to love and to have like my sadhana, to have space for me and to have a time to feel all my feelings, what I didn't feel before, because like I said, I had a depression. And for me, depression is when you press all your emotions and you don't have a time to feel all of that. From the depression, you can feel different kind of physical pain as well. It's not just a mental. You can go to the physical pain as well, if you don't allow yourself to feel all these emotions. And yeah, after I decided to stop to take medicine, I came home from the Finland. I was cycling from Croatia to the Finland for 3 months, and after that I start with my spiritual journal path, and I stopped to eat meat, and I decided to. I was ordinarily cook, ordinarily chef, but I decided to change that and start to cook plant-based food. And for now, like 7 years, I'm plant-based chef, and that also changed my life. And it's completely different when I thinking about myself before 7 years, and now I'm completely different person. Yeah. On my spiritual journal also, maybe it's not connected with the yoga, but I connected together because all of these things are helping me to be connected more with myself, with my emotions, with my heart, with my spirit. And one of the medicine, how they say that, it's cacao. And cacao was the reason because I traveled to Guatemala last year in Atitlan Lake. And cacao is a medicine to help to open your heart and feel all our emotions, of course. And cacao is not just ordinary cacao, it's something for me very special. And I have like for 4 years connection with that spirit and helping me to live life what I was always dreaming for, but I never had the courage to do that. And what else? Yeah, cacao helped me to start to speak English as well. Before 4 years, I was understanding English, but I never was speaking. Yeah, and I got the courage to move in Ireland, and I was living there for a few years, and also I was sharing cacao, and I was doing deeper work with the cacao as well. And last year I decided to go in Guatemala and spend 3 months with one Mayan family in Atitan Lake with my teacher, Ana Marina Cruz. And yeah, it was incredible. It's like, it's very hard to explain how they live and what they believe and what they do, what their like tradition. But it was very interesting, of course. Yeah.
Is it there where you also learn the massage for the a belly massage?
Yes, that's true. Also, because like I know that all of our emotions we store in our organs, and I felt pain actually before a few years in some parts of my body. And I met one girl, she was doing abdominal massage, and she was doing abdominal massage on me for a few months, and I was feel much better, and I felt like I was connecting. And I decided to learn with my family there as well, with one teacher, also Maria. She doing like abdominal massage as well, and I was with her for 1 month. And now like I'm doing massage on myself, and I start to share that tradition and that knowledge with different kind of girls especially. And for now I don't do on the men's, but maybe in the future. For now I feel like it's for all my sisters to share that.
It's amazing. So all these experiences, they're kind of meditative experiences, no, Helena?
Yes.
They bring you back to yourself, and then also you help others for that. So I hope you can be our guest also.
Yeah, that's true.
On a kitchen, we have a vegetarian, vegan kitchen episodes usually also. So maybe you can come and share some of your recipes and your secrets to plant-based cooking.
That would be really nice.
So what is like so you heard, you were there from beginning, like in South Africa, Charlene teaches meditation to children there. When I came back to Croatia, I was really surprised that it's not really taught in kindergarten or schools or universities at all. What would you recommend to Croatian system, school system, because you travel now the world, about that, about the power of meditation to be taught from the young age?
I think that's really, really important to be aware and to be to have a power to sit with yourself and with your thoughts. Like when you are young, if you are young, if someone teach you that, I think when you are adult, like you will be have like easier life, like if I can say, like you are more aware. Yeah.
Was that traveling on your bike also something where you also experienced those kind of meditative moments or processes?
Yes, of course. Of course. Yeah. And I meet so many different people similar like me. And I meet so many people like that was vegan and vegetarian, and that helped me when I was came back to Croatia, I was like, okay, here you don't have like so many vegan and vegetarians, but for me that was like, okay, like Croatia is not only only country in the world. Yeah.
And what do you say about the power of self-acceptance? I think this is also what when you went on your pilgrimage, if you want to say that, no, it's like a paradox. Like when we accept ourselves, then we can change. Then you could change the medication, then you can change your habits. You discover the world of yoga, meditation, of vegan cooking. Isn't it like that? It's really curious how it goes.
Yeah, it is like without self-love, you cannot grow. That's like the first step, I'll be say, but like go slow and just every day it's new day, and every day you learn something different about yourself. Yeah,
And you become. Mhm. Say Helena.
And making the steps from your comfort zone, it's like big thing, I'll be saying.
It's how you deal with stressors. No, later that life throws at you. It throws anyway our way all the time. Stressors. So we just have to learn, regardless, how to stay present, to stay open to what is happening. But I understand it's not easy when something big like passing of your mom, or like the war situations, or it's difficult. But these things are there not to teach us, and they kind of brought you closer to yourself, to your true nature.
Yeah, that's true. After she died, like it was really hard to accept that, to feel everything, especially after she died, like all these emotions what I stored in myself, like they just just pump, and it was like it was really crazy in that moment, because I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't know how to deal with that, and yoga was helping me, and meditation as well, how to deal with all these emotions, what to do with them. Yeah.
And we were not taught, especially in Croatia, but I guess in other countries also, that loving yourself, it's not a vanity, it's not luxury, it's sanity. It's necessary to do that, to take time for yourself, to treat yourself with good food, with good companionship. Yeah.
And food also is like the first step to heal yourself, to give love to the food.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm doing. Like I always have like intention, and I always pray when I cook, and it's like blessing.
So maybe then you can come and cook for one of our retreats soon.
That will be really nice.
Yes,
I love to feed people. That's my gift, what I would love to share.
Perfect. So yeah, if anyone also needs Helena as a guest plant-based chef, but also obviously she has so many other gifts, please get in touch with her or anyone from our Healing Our Family, and we'll forward the contact, for people who watch us on YouTube or Facebook. Yeah, just everyone is always welcome to connect, because I think this is the most important, the compassion, connection, the sharing of the goodness, as you said. Yeah. Thank you so much, Helena. I don't know if there is any question from anyone who is currently on here. Charlene, would you like to add something?
I was just listening to her experience, and it's so important, the self-discovery. And when you talk through it, at first you could see your emotions, the pain you went through. And when you spoke about the rediscovery, you could actually see your face just light up. And it's so amazing, because it's like I can feel your experience, and it's very touching to me. And I'm just thinking, like, you've gone through such a journey, most probably deeper than what we can ever imagine. And the reflection that you've actually gone through. I was actually just busy typing out a message to you to say, thank you for sharing your experience with us today. It's so informative and so amazing, because I can see the glow in your face when you speak about it. And wanted to know if you actually have a blog where you actually do your self-reflection and your meditation through your food, basically. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Actually, I have Instagram profile and Facebook page for now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you
so
can maybe share your handle with me in the comments, then I'll check it out.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Thank you
I
very
can.
much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
thank you so much, Elaine and Helena. This is a beautiful invitation to embrace ourselves with all our pain, fear, anxieties, celebration of life, all our wins. So it would be nice to read about more that, Helena. So yeah, share your Instagram. Maybe just put here in the chat, and then we'll also do that on social media. And we have one question from London, from Lata. Hello, Lata. If someone can.
Yes, Lata.
Yes.
Hi, thanks. Global Namaste. Wonderful ladies. And welcome to Elena. I just want to thank you, Alexandria, to bringing her, because it's such a wonderful story of great courage and strength, how she, embarked upon this wonderful journey of healing herself. And how you're learning the languages and the different cultures. And it seems like your mother shut one door, but she left thousands more there for you to go and explore and discover. So, it's wonderful how you've turned it into a positive journey and positive story. And yeah, I mean, I take a lot of encouragement from there. And I'm really impressed with the way you've managed to get the strength and courage to and speak in a foreign language. That in itself, how do you feel about doing that?
I was feel like a little bit like nervous. But now, like when I started, it's okay. Like I love it. Actually, I feel like I'm here for a long time, actually, but it's my first time. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we want to make you feel comfortable
Yeah.
at healing our earth.
Thank you. Thank you, Lata. Thank you so much.
Thank you
It's
so
really great to know, Helena. That's really wonderful, in fact. And before anything else, I personally would like to invite you to India. And I can see. So, I
can invite you in Croatia, especially now when it's
Oh,
summer.
yeah,
on the
yeah.
coast.
But my invitation is really special. I've got loads of students like you who keep coming, who have been the part of these kind of journeys in their life, and how yoga has helped them in self-transformation and healing is a very common thing that I've experienced. And I really feel very proud saying at this platform that after practicing yoga, these people stay strong and they help to make other people strong as well. So I know so many of them that amidst COVID, they were helping others to stay strong, that optimism is sustained with them. And yes, the light and beauty that India shares is very different, and you must experience it. And I can see the colors behind you that comes with a little bit of imprint that shows how much do you love yoga and the Indian culture in relation to that. So keep staying positive in that way, and I would say keep blooming others' life as well. That, which is very good and very, very nice. And I'm really happy Alexandra has invited you at this platform um, to share your stories. And that's the beauty of our episode. It's not just about informing people, it's about sharing your thoughts, your experiences, and there's so much of learning through that. And especially this field of yoga and meditation is incomplete without the essence of those self experiences that we have, because there is no set parameters for knowing things. And your self belief, your self experience, your inner happiness is the best proof that you show to people about what you practice and how you are. So, really great. Over to you, Alexandra. Take over. Take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that Indian influence is coming from Helena's boyfriend, Alan. No?
Okay.
Is he there next to you, Helena?
Yeah, he's here.
He's here. So
Yeah.
we can maybe now talk to Alan, who has been to India
Okay.
from teenage years. Thank you, Helena. See you later.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Double namaste.
Alan Gott is just going to now, I think, change seats with Helena, and we are going to welcome him.
Hello.
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 Global
Hello.
Namaste.
Namaskar.
Global namaste, Alan. That's wonderful, Alexandra. It's really wonderful to know. So, Alan, how has been your journey in India and your imprints of yoga in India in relation to that? How have you found and discovered that? Over to you.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk and to share my experience, and all greetings to everyone who is watching already live or who will be watching on some other internet platform. So, like my way with India and specifically with Indian spirituality started from the very young early childhood. When I was like in primary school, I already started to like maybe with 11, 12 years, I start to read Hermann Hesse's Siddhartha, very famous book. And then after Siddhartha, I read it. I was like bewildered. It was like amazing impact on myself. And then I decided I make some inside promises to myself that once I have to visit India. And then like in teenage years, like maybe with 14, 15 years old, I read Paramahamsa Yogananda autobiography of a yogi, also very famous book. And it was like, yeah, complete decision. I have to see the Indian, I have to see the old spirituality, which is like there. And after the high school with like 18, 19 years old, I traveled to India to discover what India has to offer, because I was from very early childhood searching not so much for religion, but for spirituality, for something substantial, which is not covered with like labels or names. I really want some things. And then after the readings, these two books, which I mentioned, among others, it made me like impact. Okay, some so-called Hinduism is something which I would like to discover. Then I lived for years in different ashrams, travel all around India in different places. And then for myself, I found like that something what is very close to my heart, what's related to me is bhakti yoga, like the yoga of the heart, or so to say, the yoga of devotion. I stopped in Vrindavan. There I was also for some times there. In Vrindavan is very famous place in India, the birthplace of Krishna and all the pastimes there. Everyone knows about Vrindavan, who knows about the Hinduism. And it was really something what deeply touched me. This bhakti was something I understand that we are all different. Okay, we understand we are all one, expressing in different forms, but everyone has his own, so to say, adhikar, some propensity, and this is like the bhakti, the devotion is something what really touches me, touch my soul, and I found my way through bhakti yoga. And this is like what I want to share specifically today, how this bhakti yoga changed me,
Connection.
in spirituality. Even I understand much this my experience, like I'm more than 25 years now in this yoga practice. I really understood that everyone has to had some path to follow, that some path, because it makes something valuable in life. There is like, recently I just wrote that if you do every day something, just little bit, if you every day just put the water in the glass and you put it somewhere, that things, small things became made you that you became a noble. So this is like, we can say in India, in Hinduism, we have terminology sadhana. Sadhana is practice, you know, I understand that already you know it about it, but sadhana is something what is like doing every day by regularly practice. We became noble day by day. We change our consciousness. So this bhakti yoga, to change my consciousness, to change my way of thinking, of understanding, of observing the world. So what really catches me, really did a great impact on me, was chanting the mantras. When in India, I discovered the chanting of the mantras. I first started on my own, and then I discovered more and more deeper levels of mantras. And I would like to share with you some insights and some experience of my chantings, the mantras. So there is like a everyday sadhana which I do is like the chanting on the beats. It's not so important. I have, maybe here is like Rudraksha Mala, or we have like the Tulsi Mala, probably you know, from the wood Tulsi. There is like a very significant 108 beats on that prayer. In other traditions, we have like others, but in Christianity, we also have rosary. In Islamic tradition, we also have the same principle. So I'm trying to present the thing is universal. It's like we are talking about universal thing with the different varieties according to the culture we are, but everything in the essence we really understand that is the same thing. So we can say that a mantra actually come from the word, two words like manasa, which in the Sanskrit means mind, and trayate, which means to liberate, or in other translations is to protect, but the mostly is translated trayate, like liberation. So you can say that the mantra is actually something which can liberate the mind. And it is not to explain dry philosophical understanding of the mantra, but the core essence of everything is that if you are repeating the mantra, your mind day by day, slowly by slowly become absorbed in that what your mouths are pronouncing, and then somehow or other you can, if we are purifying our mind, we are purifying our heart, and by regularly repeating on every beat, repeating the mantra, it's not so important also because we understand the universal principle. It's not so important which mantra. Everyone has his own mantra. In Hindu tradition, we can chant Om Namah Shivaya, or we can chant Hare Krishna, or we can chant Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha, or as at the beginning, there is some mantras actually in traditional way that should be only chanting in the mind, not loud. For example, traditionally the Gayatri mantra should not be said loud. Even today we are doing that, but there is some technical also things. But the mantra, like whatever mantra we chant, it actually brings our mind to the present moment, and to somehow or other to push our mind through our emotions in particularly bhakti way, which I am trying to present from my own experience, through elevated emotions to that highly spiritual vibration. We create that frequency which really like brings our mind in the here and now state, and which really through the repetition and regularly, if we are doing, for example, like 1 hour or 2 hour a day every day, we are training our mind like we are training the muscles in gym. We are training our mind to become present, to train our consciousness, our state of understanding and perceiving the reality around us, to be here and now, and in that really magical state of consciousness here and now. You probably all know and heard about Eckhart Tolle. He's famous about that thing, he's like preacher of that here and now state of consciousness, as he's very famous all over the world. I will not explain this in the details.
That's very nice, Alan. We would like to also have some mantra chanting from you also.
Yes.
And when you talk about here and now, about the consciousness aspect, so what made a difference in your life coming to India to know about the consciousness, and what do you believe is consciousness actually, and how spirituality has brought you closer to your self-realization? How have you found that? Over to you.
It actually, in Indian, so to say, spirituality really opened the gate of my psyche, which I never knew that it is really that I have all these gates in myself, so to say, and open like some new things to me, which I was like exploring during the years. The consciousness is actually the symptom of the soul, so to say, that we are alive, that we are so, that we have a soul. It's like this, the consciousness is of having a soul, so to say. And this kind of practice, that to get into that state of consciousness here and now, to become fully present, expand this kind of consciousness. So it really like opens our state of perceiving the reality in which we are, in which we can find ourselves. So I also would like to chant a little bit. I would like to also chant. I have like traditional Indian instrument with me, and also like other
Which instrument
way
are you having?
of if harmonium.
Harmonium. Perfect. So
Yes.
since how long do you play harmonium?
Like 20 years.
Oh, wow.
But I'm not professional musician. But this is like really like also some kind of another way of sadhana. If we chant on our beats, this is the sadhana for ourselves. But also it is very popular, especially in Croatia, in my country, and in the Balkan in the last decade, so to say. It is very popular that different yoga groups get together and we are like chanting together different mantras. And it is called in Hindi or in Sanskrit, actually, it's called Sankirtan, like togetherness, come together and do the kirtan together for the
Yes,
benefit,
yes.
not just for ourselves, but for everyone who is participating, or for the, for cleansing the atmosphere and uplifting the energy around. So it is also the way the bhajan in my tradition, it's called the bhajan, like this is called japa, like on the beats, and playing the music, the devotional music, it's called bhajan. It is also a way of sadhana, because it also involves this emotion, to have emotion toward God, toward ourselves. And with this elevated spiritual emotion, we also purify our existence. So I would also like to have just a minute or two to play, so that you can also have the experience of this kind of sadhana which I'm practicing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be nice, Alan.
Okay, thank you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Alan, can you hear me? Alan, can you hear me?
Alan?
Helena?
Alan, I have muted you because your harmonium is not synchronized. We can't hear, so you can chant without harmonium because it's not synchronized with the Zoom. Alan, did you copy that? Alexandra, maybe you can send him a message.
Yeah.
He's not listening, so if you could send him a message over there, he can chant without. Maybe if he goes for Gayatri Mantra, which is universal, so it'll be good. Okay, Alan, you are listening to me now. Your harmonium is not synchronized with the Zoom, so it will not come in the Zoom. You can chant without harmonium, okay? You can unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself now. Maybe you can go for Gayatri Mantra, which is a universal. Just unmute yourself, please. Yes. Hello, Ellen, you're back.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to use the harmonium. Next time, maybe we'll send you the notes, how you can synchronize in the Zoom. You like Gayatri Mantra as well? Bring it on without harmonium.
Yeah, okay, but I will not waste the time. I think we already passes the time, or we have enough.
Let's have one Gayatri
Yeah.
Mantra and then we'll move on. Over to
Yes,
you,
yes.
Ellen.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we can have this Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurбhuva Svaham Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat.
Beautiful, Ellen. I
Thank
love your style. It comes from the heart, and
Yeah.
everybody loves Gayatri Mantra simply because it's a universal mantra. It doesn't belong to just Hindus or Indians. It's now a resonance. It's a one that when you practice the Om, you see your body, your mind resonance on that. So it's wonderful, Ellen, and what a wonderful journey. Amrita, Alexandra, he has got international flair.
Yes, thank you so much. And
Yes.
Alan is also plant-based cook. He has been cooking for ashrams for 500 people, for festivals, for retreats. So that energy he brings definitely into his cooking, no? It's food full of love, just like your chanting and your mantras. Thank you so much, Alan. And I hope you can be our guest in the episode about veganism and vegetarian cooking. And thank you so much. That was really lovely.
Yeah, and Alexandra, we can have him for the panel discussion and chit chats because we would like to have more ideas and his point of view to know more about what is about yoga and what is fascinating about meditations and how he has been practicing and working. So that was really very amazing and beautiful to know about the beautiful colors that India holds and has given to you as well.
So Ellen,
Let's listen. Yes,
so Ellen,
yes, over to
stay
you.
around because shortly we are going to go into an open session where Amrita, Riddhi, and Alexandra will bring a topic and engage everybody who is here. And then we are going to Amy Wheeler in USA for an exciting session, 45 minutes nonstop. Again, people will be involved. And after that, we have got Vijay Anandia, who is also over here, and he's going to bring that spiritual touch, which will be exciting. So it's a non-stop from here on. Amrita, let's welcome Riddhi back again, and Danada, who is in USA. And maybe before we go into an open subject where you and Riddhi will be prompting people with Alexandra, let's tell people about the future sessions that are taking place at Healing Our Earth or around the globe. So let's begin, Amrita.
So
is it
the next?
Are we propagated?
The next Sunday is Cancer Care and Awareness Week. So we are celebrating and working on this episode on 1st of June 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
So this is if you have survived cancer, or if you're an oncologist, or you have got any cancer-related matters, do pop in and talk to the experts. This is something close to you, Amrita, coming soon.
Yeah, so we are having an international conference on mind, brain, and consciousness 2025 from 4th to 7th of June. And I might share a few insights from there as well, from the foothill of Himalayas relation with yoga and meditation. Yes.
And this is
Thank
organized
you.
by the Indian Knowledge System and the Mental Health Application Center. Is that right, Amrita?
Yes, yes, at Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi. And my big thanks to Healing Our Earth, as well as our founder and director, who has given so much of promotion to this conference. And it's really wonderful to know we are having a good array of delegates as well as speakers who are renowned in the field of consciousness healing, as well as scientists and researchers who will be joining us in this conference.
And we are very proud that, Amrita, you are involved right at the helm of it, doing a wonderful job. So we wish you all the best from everybody at Healing Our Earth, and you will be meeting some Healing Our Earth people in person over there.
Yes, thank you. Followed by that, we are having World Environment Day on the theme Our Land is Our Future, and therefore we'll be broadcasting it on 8th of June 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. So if you love your place, you love your earth, please join in. And then we have a special episode for diabetes, the sweet disease, but its awareness is very important. So that episode will be broadcasted on 15th of June 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
This is something where our Alexandra is involved. Alexandra, tell us more about it.
So we are just going to have a yoga festival here in the small village and on island Korčula in Croatia. And it's going to be a full day of a couple of different yoga teachers, different styles. There will be also like a kids yoga, kids fun activities. We will have also drummers. We will have a lot of music, food. it's just the beginning, I hope, of one beautiful tradition of organizing yoga festival in Croatia, in Lombardia.
And how wonderful. This is the first time for Lombarda, and you are doing it in conjunction with the Indian Embassy and Healing Our Earth and Wellbeing Academy, which is what you run. So we wish you all the best. And maybe the following day on the online of Healing Our Earth, you can tell us more about it. Isn't that right, Amrita?
Yes, definitely, which will be broadcasted on the special episode of International Yoga Day Special on 22nd of June 2025.
Where our Riddhi Vyas, who is a co-producer as well, she has started planning important guests as well, isn't it, Riddhi?
Yes, we've also got a Vedic hour coming up as well, which is where we've got dharmic scholars coming together to show us the integration between yoga and spirituality side, as well as science, backed knowledge, backed research that's been replicable and known methodologies to be passed down to the common person.
And it's going to be a wonderful session by very popular personalities who are resident part of Healing Our Earth. So it's going to be very good. Keep an eye out. And then comes the 300 episode. Can you imagine? We started just with a few episodes. Ellen, you will love it. We started with Gayatri Mantra for the Earth. We had 80,000 people, and it was the first Saturday of pandemic, and then we shifted to a Sunday. And now we are on 300 episode at the tail end of June.
Wow.
Amazing. That's
And
an achievement in itself, and a massive congratulations to you, Neil Kumar, for leading the team so well.
I think more
Absolutely.
congratulations to each one of us. I just happen to be a medium, and since I do that for a lot of communities and organizations and governments, to me it's just a pleasure. And what a team we have built up. Riddhi, that's you. You are now a producer. You started as a contributor, then you started being part of it and a team, and now you are a producer also and a co-producer in other episodes. Look at Amrita, our chief admin. You know, she came a bit late, but look at Lips and Mouth. Alexandra, who was the first yoga producer with Healing Our Earth. She has brought so many facilitators, Sharon, Dr. Lalit Sodad, Dr. Milan Shah, Meena Khagram, Wai Ching Lee, Rajiv Gupta. Look at the team. Tirelessly they work, and it's all free. Kirit Mistry, who brings health episodes as well. So we are going to see all of them on this 300 episode, and some of you youngsters will carry it on way beyond several thousand, I hope. I think this is everybody's favorite as well, isn't it, Amrita, Riddhi?
Yeah. Guru Purnima, special thing of sense and gratitude towards your teacher. A special episode where we specially pray and offer our gratitude towards the teachers because of whom we are what we are, and which will be broadcasted from on 6th of July 2025 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
Effectively, we are teachers of each other. Our parents started us, they are the best first teacher we had. Can you imagine? We never recognized them, but they are the best teacher we have had. And it's so wonderful that we can do that. So Riddhi, Amrita, you've also got a part of a session that you want to discuss, but we are going to involve whoever wants to get involved now. But let's have you, Amrita, Riddhi, and Alexandra for the next 10-15 minutes discuss the favorite topic that you guys have identified for this time, and then we will involve people and their comments, etc. Riddhi, you can kick off with Amrita and Alexandra. Over to you.
Fantastic. So this next segment is something that is very dear to my heart because we're talking about things from a whole holistic perspective. A lot of the times it's something that only, I believe, the holistic medicine side of things can bring together. When we look at holistics, we look at the whole integrated being. So being the mental, the physical, the spiritual, the emotional, and how we basically bring all of these sides together to be able to heal the whole. A lot of times the gap that I've seen in modern medicine is fantastic, phenomenal for treating the symptoms. If somebody has an injury, say for example, they've hurt their leg and they go to a doctor, the doctor is absolutely the best person to be able to diagnose what's happened and to be able to offer the first sense of treatment. However, if it's, as we've spoken about in this session here today, trauma related, emotional, psychosomatic, stress related, then actually medicine may only provide part of the cure. And that's really where we want to start to look at the bigger picture. We want to see what's happening underneath the surface. When we can start to peel back those layers, when we can start to have a look at a deeper integrative approach to figure out exactly what's wrong. Where is this problem actually stemming from? And to go down to the root of it. Because in my experience, when we can go down to the root of it, we then take back the power in our hands to do something about it, to be able to look at things from a 360-degree view and to realize what's happening and where. And that, my friends, is the power of healing. Amrita, what are your views?
Absolutely. As you said, this power of healing, which comes by self-understanding, by self-knowing oneself, as well as I mentioned, by self-retrospection, understanding, and knowing about the reasons of my thoughts and tracing your thoughts. So different kinds of meditation, different kinds of ways gives you a way to know about yourself. It's not necessarily what is somebody doing might be useful for you as well, but it might be that something that you find or discover perchance gives you utmost peace, and then you find your way to know more about yourself. And I think the whole purpose of knowing about yoga and doing meditation is to just know about who I am, the purpose of me being here, the purpose of me joining things together, and what kind of life ultimately we live, because ultimately what matters is a peaceful life, and what will go with end is a peaceful heart and a peaceful mind and a peaceful soul. Therefore, to integrate that peace within is the ultimate treasure of life, and how we do that is based upon how well we understand ourselves. And to know ourselves, yoga and meditation is the best medium. Nothing more can work rather than a medium through which you know more about and give pause to yourself, that integrate a space within you that was too much already, but you weren't knowing about it. So it's something like a child who has everything but doesn't know what it is. And slowly, as we discover ourselves in this life of connections, relationships, and the circles of the Maya or the colors of the life, we realize that the reality is beyond these colors, but it's the true reality is what is within me rather than the reality what I see. And in today's time where the virtual reality has taken up so much step, it's very important for us to realize the real reality, what we are, and how beautiful this life, which is gifted by God to us, can be made more beautiful and more peaceful, so that the journey that is beyond this human body can be more better than what we think, actually. And that's why we have this wisdom within us to know that. That's what I have to say.
Beautiful. Alexandra, Global Namaste. Over to you, opening thoughts, please.
Thank you so much. That was very, very insightful, Riddhi and Dr. Amrita. We will later hear also from Amy from US. As yoga therapists, I think it's this empowerment or self-empowerment for people it's really crucial, including nonviolence. I think nonviolence is for me always the basis of being. It should be like inseparable part of our being and what we transmit and embody and also teach others. So Gandhi said, where there is love, there is life. So teaching yoga, yoga therapy, mantra, cooking, dance, whatever we do, if we do it with that kind of attitude, I think that's the place to go. That is not that is long-term benefit for everyone. We are in charge. We have power over our lives when we move from that non-violent and loving space, and then we can just become more expansive, more knowledgeable. We can share that goodness and become aware of how we are, how we relate to our body, our emotions, thoughts, behaviors, and also to others. So I think this is, without judging ourselves, this is really crucial. Non-violent approach is something that is not so celebrated in nowadays, as Dr. Amrita said, in this virtual reality. It's a lot of judgment. So it's like learning how to, when somebody has misalignment, it's much more difficult to teach someone how to align. When someone is misaligned, then when you just teach from beginning children how to align their spine, how to align their body properly. So this is really important, like accepting, learning, non-judging without violence. Absolutely, this is the and with love. I think this is the crucial ingredient.
That's beautiful. Yeah, really. Let's welcome Sister Aneta as well, who is in India. Om Shanti and Global Namaste, Sister Aneta. We have Sister Aneta from Brahma Kumaris. Who better than you can talk about it and tell us more about the wisdom of light that comes from within? Over to you, Sister Aneta. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And one more time, global namaste to the whole family of Healing Our Earth. And greetings of peace and greetings of love. And thank you for having me here again and offering our humble contribution. And I think the theme is very important. It's about healing, holistic healing. And one of the main epidemic that we are living through today is indeed stress. And it is not transferred via air, but it is present in almost everyone's mind. And it doesn't know any borders. It doesn't care about the age, education, wealth. It actually attacks everyone. So, and then this can be manifested in so many ways. There are so many phases of stress. As you have mentioned, there is mental health issues, then physical health, then financial stress, then family stress, in a social communities stress, but even the global stress in terms of wars and climate change and all different crises. So it's like, this stress is omnipresent. And we need indeed a holistic approach. And what I believe we need is to heal the seed, because everything always starts from the seed. And sometimes when we think about stress, we blame things outside, maybe some people or situations or events, but actually the stress, this pressure, the tension starts always here inside. And I would say that stress is like a tree. You know, it's a big tree that actually grows from one single seed. And the seed is a thought. And it's very important actually. And I would like to offer this understanding of Raja Yoga, that thought is the seed from where our feelings grow. Then our feelings, they define our attitude. Then the attitude creates the behavior, our actions. Then our relationship are built based on that. And then actually my whole life becomes the result of the single thought that I had in the beginning. So, for me, Raja Yoga meditation, which is actually much more than meditation, is a way to heal the seed. And in this way, actually, to see how we can heal the whole system, the whole body, and to heal the life and the world. And these are big words. But when we think about it, we really can understand that the root cause is inside. And even for myself, before I started Raja Yoga meditation, on external level, I had everything. I had very good career. I was climbing the stairs of the career very nicely. Then I got very nice promotion. I moved from Poland to Hong Kong. I had very beautiful apartment. I was flying all over the world. I was respected in my job and in my life. But I was actually very stressed. Now I can call it in this way. And this stress was manifesting by me pushing myself to do anything. Whatever I did because I had to do it, not because I wanted to do it. So it was very tiring. Actually, it was very exhausting. And there was nothing about enthusiasm or joy. So now I understand it was stress, which was not maybe a stress that is shouting, that is very loud, but this was this quiet emptiness inside. So many different phases of stress. And then actually Raja Yoga saved me. I really can say for me, my personal journey, that Raja Yoga saved me. And Raja Yoga is a very holistic approach to healing, to transformation. Because it starts from the root cause, but then it takes me from understanding through experience up to becoming and then sharing. So it's like a full circle that allows a soul like myself really to get into this process of transformation. And Raja Yoga, the aim of Raja Yoga and the result is, as the name says, to become Raja, to become the king. But what kind of king? The king of myself, the self-sovereign. And this is actually about freedom. Freedom. When I become the king of myself, it means when I become the one who can consciously create thoughts and maintain these thoughts that I want, it means I'm a self-sovereign, and it means I am free. And this is the best freedom we can get, because it's about freedom from any influence, from the past and from the present, from other people, from situations, and even from my old, what we call sanskaras, like personality traits. And it's beautiful. I think this is the most liberating thing that can happen for one who wants to change. So freedom and dignity. So it's about love. It's about self-respect and love. And Raja Yoga allows that because there is a method how we can take care of our thoughts by understanding who I am and by getting power from the source so I can really be what I understand that I am. And I understand that actually for me to be happy, I don't need all these things that I collect in my life. I just need to be myself, the peaceful one, the loving one, the joyful one, the pure being, the being of this energy of light that I really am eternally. And this is a matter of experience because these are just words. Everyone can say this, but Raja Yoga is about experimenting and experiencing. So Raja Yoga, I believe, is effective way to heal the self because it offers piece of knowledge. So there is an understanding, but then there is a practice. So the first one, understanding and reconnecting with the true self, this part of yoga with my true self. So the one who is full inside, who is free. But then the second point,
which is maybe the most amazing actually. But for that second point, the first one is essential. It's about connecting with the source, the supreme. Because I can understand on intellectual level, I can understand, but then to become, I need power. So it's like injection of power or balm of love that we can feel from up above, from the Supreme One, the source, the ocean of love. And this we can experience in our Raja Yoga, connecting with the highest. But actually we don't always call it yoga, we like to call it yad in Hindi, which means remembrance, because it's about actually not struggling, it's a link of love. So if I love someone, I remember him or her naturally, automatically. So in Raja Yoga, we develop this kind of relationship with the Supreme. And then we remember him, it means we are with him. We are like combined in the company of the highest one. And this, his love, is the most transformative. And it makes the impossible possible. Like for me, it created in me or recreated my self-respect, which I thought was lost forever. But when I understood about the spiritual understanding of who I am, but mostly when I got to experience this pure, unlimited love, then I regained my self-confidence and I got power and courage to follow this path. And then the third thing comes in Raja Yoga, because Raja Yoga is something very practical. It's like karma yoga. It means we do not escape, but we engage, or even more, we co-create our life. And what I love in Raja Yoga, and this is very, very easy method for healing relationships, is to give good wishes and pure feelings to everyone. And this I can do when I am full, when I get whatever I need from up above, from the Supreme, then freely I can share it with everyone, but also with nature. And what is very beautiful is that then I receive in return blessings, no? And blessings are very powerful energy. So at the end of the day, this is how the healing can really happen. From the beginning through the middle till the end. And that's why I have very good practical experience of practicing Raja Yoga. And it's not only yoga, but it's really like a lifestyle based on understanding and practice. So yes, this is what I would like to share maybe in essence. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
And I
So,
think that is really powerful, Aneta, from this space where you're actually going from a space of absolute emptiness to then being able to remove those limiting conscience, to be able to see the ragas and the dveshas, and then to see beyond that as well, that there is a deeper connection. There is a deeper sense of being within our own elements, and also to connect to the divine, whatever form or shape we choose to call that divinity. But it's that connection that is within us and each one of us, which creates the one world, which creates the one health, the one being around us and within us. And I think that is so important, because a lot of the times we're not actually focused on our own healing, but we're looking at other parameters to try and compare up to, or we're looking at different ways and seeing things from an external perspective. But the way that you've just put it is to let go of the external and to go within, to start to see things from the internal, because that's really where the power is. That's really where the Sanskriti is, the intentions of being able to see things for what they are, not worse than they are and not better for what they are, but exactly how they are, because that's really, in that moment, we can have the power of intention. And that power of intention is when we decide what to do next. And actually, science proves it as well, that we've actually got 5 seconds between the state of something happening and the action that we take to make that decision. And it's whether that's going to help us and move us forward, or whether that's going to hinder us and hold us back, and whether it's helpful to us. Most of the times, 96% of the times, our mind is looped in automatic negative thoughts. So it's about being able to reprogram those neurons to find something in that moment that is going to help us. And we can't just think of something off the top of our heads. We've got to have this constant programming that we are doing day in and day out. Most people will actually call that a sadhana practice or a routine of some kind, which enables them to be grounded in those elements, so that when the shitty rainy weather really does hit the ground, they've got their practice there to be able to be calm and balanced and grounded to know what to do next. And that's often what I find as well, the time that people tend to forget about their sadhana practice, or it tends to go by the wayside, because automatically it becomes, oh, I'm too busy. I don't have the time to be able to do this. I've got too many other things on my plate. But they don't realize that just by taking those 5 to 10 minutes and really grounding deeply in that moment, they've then equipping themselves with the tools and the strategies to be able to take a positive action, to be able to take an action that's going to help them to move forwards, rather than to be stuck in this whole victim mentality of, I don't know what to do, or I don't know where I'm going. Now, what we've actually done is equip them to think differently. And that's really the power that I see behind the meditation practice, by equipping ourselves with emotional regulation, by being more aware of what's happening within us and what's coming up, not necessarily judging it or labeling it in any kind of way, but just sitting and just being in that state of silence.
Thank you,
Because
Riddhi.
that's really where
Yes.
you can take our power back. Neilpai.
Thank you, Riddhi. So let's see. Let's give 2 minutes to Dhanada, 2 minutes to Keith, and 2 minutes to Trusha to see what positive tips they've got to move forward. So let's go with Dhanada first, then Keith, and then Trusha. Stand by, 2 minutes each. And then we also want Sri Vijay here as well, although he'll be coming later. Let's get more opinion, what tips they have got to move forward positively. Over to you, Dhanada.
Hello, Namaste Neil, Namaste Amrita ji, Namaste Riddhi ji, and everyone. Good morning from USA. How are you all doing? Doing well? Global Namaste. What are we discussing?
So you heard as you were listening, what positives would you use to move forward? We were discussing many matters, but now we are moving into positive tips to move forward. You only have a few seconds to decide. So what would you suggest?
Well, at my experience level, I find more on a meditative, the idea to run faster is much bigger level. Of course, you can do yoga, but the meditation is various kinds, and I will quickly explain you. There are types of meditation, and I was listening to, I forgot the name actually. The guy was talking about the japa, and he was doing, and then he put on the harmonium and sing for all of us. But the meditation is one that you chant out loud. The one that is called Vaikari. Vaikari, which means you are taking one word and chanting it out loud. That is called Vaikari type of a meditation. In another word, the second more powerful meditation is about japa. Japa is basically, right now what I am doing is I am doing like a om in my mind. I am just putting that in my mind. That is very also powerful. They say that level 1 from level 2 is probably 12 to 15,000 times much more much more significant under your mind to impress and reduce the stress and enhance the co-conscious behavior towards yourself, and that would create a very morphic field that supports healing. The third one is about looking. So if you are visualizing in your mind, visualizing on screen something, that is called pashanti. That is also one type of a meditation that helps many people to heal, and the intention is setting behind the visualities is more rajasic, more overconsumption, like we are on the screen all the time. But in that screen, if we are putting some kind of a nice meditative images, that also calms your rajas and tamas. And the last one, which is very powerful, that everybody should practice, since you asked me, Neil, what should be the faster way, is the one that is in your mind. So if I do nothing, and if I want to chant, and if I want to say something, but I am suppressing that feeling, I am intentionally saying I want to just being a spectator, and I do not want to say it out loud. I do not want to visualize it. I do not want to say it in my mind also, but just have an intention towards being a spectator, is the 16,600 something as per the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. Powerful. So many of the times we have the stress and we have the urge to say something, and we suppress that because we don't want to get into arguments. Sometimes we don't want to get into any kind of a setting where it's uncomfortable, or we are trying not to go towards very conscious behavior, but health, that thought is being impressed in your mind 17,000 more than what you could think about spitting it out loud. So the meditation that everybody wants to do, of course we all do yoga, we all do the intention setting sankalpa, we all do the meditation, but if you want to heal faster, try to say the things positively. If you want to achieve the things, and I also learned this from Neil as well, overconsumption of disconnections is possible. So you have to say it out loud that you want to happen something. That's most powerful collective healing from the meditation and pranayam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janada. So there she is. She's positive. Make it happen for yourself by being positive. Let's see what Keith has got an announcement. He's a Tai Chi and a Qigong lead at Healing Our Earth. Keith, your tip for stress relieving emotional release tool for modern medicine. You are, of course, more like a scientific approach. You got 85 years worth of life on the earth, and the announcement you want to make. Over to you, Keith, for next 2 minutes.
Right. Very quickly, we know that we are aligning through our harmony of Indian and Chinese cultures to meet the demands of the requirements of the health and authorities throughout the world. And I mentioned on previous occasion the commencement of an organization, if you'd like to call it that, called the Global Expert Advisory Group. This is to do with Tai Chi and Qigong health and well-being. And the principles behind this are to identify not the anecdotal or testimonials, it's to identify clearly and concisely the facts regarding the benefits of Tai Chi and Qigong against what we now know is a number of, I think the best term I've had is given to me by one of my American friends, which is the health challenges. So we've identified 10 specific health challenges, and we're now going to actually go down through and identify specialists to investigate this so we can put forward proper, well-founded, well-funded activities towards the government, particularly in the UK and across the USA. So it's about being very positive. It's about going forward. It's about all the activities that we can join together with. So I'm keeping quickly and as positively as I can with the Healing Our Earth team in working together not just in parallel, but in coordination. So if there's any questions, I'm quite happy to answer them, but I think I've done my 2 minutes. How's that, Neil?
Well done, Keith. And Keith, going forward from now in that special group that we have developed, you can add Danada, Riddhi, and Amy. I will connect with you and connect you with them because they are exactly what we are looking for to get into our motion for that very niche organization where they can contribute within the thoughts of that. So expect an email within 7 to 10 days from Keith, where he will keep you in touch with a group that is being developed to see if we can create an alternative organization that will move positively. Keith, well done. Of course, Tai Chi and Qigong is wonderful, and Keith is also producer at Healing Our Earth for those episodes. We love you, Keith. Only 15 years to go for your century. I'm going to add one more person over here, Sri Vijay Anand, who Riddhi will be introducing a bit later. He will also be very good for this group, Kit, to bring some very powerful knowledge, which are scientific based as well. Let's say hello to Sri Vijay Anand, a global namaste to you, and a minute or two from you for your positive stress relieving tips, please.
It's Namaste. It's a great feeling to meet so many divine souls on this platform, virtual platform. It's amazing. Thanks, Riddhi, for this opportunity to connect with so many divine souls. Of course, my session will be at 6 p.m. And I was busy during the day with some other program, but that got postponed, so I could attend, and I was really enjoying listening to so many divine speakers. I'll just share here only one memory of my travel and lecture, and then I will take on that at 6 p.m. when my session will be starting. So in one of my session, I was traveling and sharing the Shiva wisdom. Shiva came into my life at the age of 5, actually. And one person was there in the room, in the hall, and he stand up and started telling, I'm in pain, I am in pain, I am in pain. So I little bit like was not clear what is going on. So I told him that use your index finger and tell me where is the pain, where you are feeling the pain. So what he started was he put his finger on the head. I'm in pain. Then forehead, I'm in pain. Then on the chest, I'm in pain. So wherever he was putting his finger, he was crying, I'm in pain, I am in pain. So I really got worried that it's not possible, like what's going on with this person. So I gently told him, come to me, close to me, and show me your finger. And I noticed his finger was broken. So what it means, where he was feeling pain, why he was feeling pain. He was disconnected with himself. He lost connection with himself. And if you are not connected to yourself, you will not be in peace, you will not be in balance, you will not be in harmony. You will be all the time in turmoil. And I gave him only one simple practice because what all he was experiencing, the pain, was indirectly coming from his mind. And just to give you a small glimpse that how Shiva knowledge is powerful, which I'll be sharing in more detail at 6 p.m., if you just simply close your eyes, put your palms on your knees, bring your attention in the center of forehead at the third eye, and make 3 smiles with breath. When you are inhaling, you are smiling to the third eye. Relax your mind. It's working 24 hours non-stop, even in the night, in the day, even in the dreams. Remember your childhood smile. You are making 700 smiles and your mind was always in a relaxed state. And observe your mind, what it is doing. It's thinking and thinking non-stop. That is the job. That is how the mind is created. Now see the magic of Shiva knowledge. Take the job of the mind. The poor mind also need relaxation, rest, and doesn't know how to relax. And you can help the mind and make your best friend by reversing the role. Instead of mind giving you constant non-stop thoughts for a second, keep your attention at the third eye and ask the mind gently, please give me a thought, and wait. Till you are waiting, a thought will not appear. You will experience a thoughtless state of the mind, a painless state of the mind, the peaceful state of the mind, the tranquil state of the mind. And your mind will say 1,000 thanks to you, because it never had this possibility to relax. Experience this thoughtless state. And second part of this practice is bring your palms to your eyes. Cover your eyes with the palms. Open your eyes in the dark and watch this dark cosmic space, infinite cosmic space. And pay attention, the thoughts have relation also to your eyeball movement. So in the second part of the practice, to experience the witness state, the original state, pull your eyeballs little upward and watch forward in the dark space. Breathe normally as you are breathing. You can always add a little smile in your breath. A magic will happen in the second part of this practice. Your eyeball movement will stop and you will enter in a effortless state for a longer period, non-doing state of the mind. No thought will appear till you will practice it. For the first time, experience that how in the shortest possible way you have become a witness. And that was the main aim of Shiva knowledge, to give you the practices, to give you the tools, techniques, to make you the master of your experience. You will experience what you need, what you want, not you are forced to experience. Gently bring your hands back to the heart center, Anjali Mudra, Namaste Mudra. Open your hands in the Lotus Mudra. Everybody knows Lotus Mudra. It is a very evolved group where from the Anjali Mudra, you keep the little finger and thumb together and open the middle three fingers in the form of lotus petal. You are again manifested from the infinite cosmic space back to the physical dimension. Experience the unconditional love of your inner child, your lotus flower in you, and get ready. You are reborn and you are ready to start the journey again. Hands to the heart center, rub your palms. Put your hands on the face again. Deep breath. Om Namah Shivaya simply means universal consciousness is one. We are cosmic consciousness. We are universal consciousness. We are all coming from the same divine source, Shivoham. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful for that Shiva knowledge over there, mind over matter. So you will hear more from Sri Vijayanand just before 6 o'clock. He'll be appearing over here, where we will be catching tail end from Amy Wheeler. Amy, just before we come to you, 1 minute comment from Trusha in India. Trusha, just 1 minute, your comment, please, so we move on. Thank you.
Yeah. Namaste, everyone. This is Trusha Goda. I'm coming first time to this platform with the help of Jitendra Patwariji because I study his book. It's amazing book. And I practice yoga as an instructor and I do sound bath therapist. And I love all the discussion we just had discussed everything. And I could resonate with each and everyone. And looking forward. So basically we run a campaign, the travel yoga in India, in Mumbai. This local train, we go every day, we send 2 teachers and make people aware to make their traveling time instead of this to skipper in the phone or just time pass. We make them practice different pranayam mudras and some stretches that they can do, and then we put it into social media every day, Instagram, and we run that campaign 100 days to go to International Yoga Day. And I do social service for especially senior citizen, and I work on Om chanting, different type of Om chanting, learning spiritual sciences, especially neuroplasticity and the connection between breath and brain.
Well done,
so much.
Trusha.
Yeah.
Trusha, thank you very much. You are part of Healing Our Earth now. Either Riddhi or Amrita will put you in touch with our Mumbai yoga coordinator, Hiral and Bindu, who are already doing retreat, and you can go and meet them there. Or either Jitendra will connect you. They're all connected. So Riddhi, if you make a note, take Trusha exchange number with Riddhi over here.
Yeah.
And also Alexandra, who does the retreat in Croatia. So welcome to the family. We are one family. There is no judgment. There are no exams. There is only love, unity, and harmony. Stay around and we'll be with you. And now, Alexandra and Riddhi, let's move on to Amy Wheeler, who is going to throw her light onto what life is all about to relieve the stress, her knowledge of yoga and meditation. Over to you, Alexandra and Riddhi.
Gleba Namaste, Amy. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here.
How have you found the episode so far?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All of this positive, sattvic, sweet energy. I think so much of our world right now is focused on sadness and anger and hate, and to see a group of people from all over the world coming together to hold this space and remind us of who we truly are at the true nature of ourselves. It's just so inspiring. And thank you for having me.
Sure, sure. Amy,
Alexandra.
thank you so much, Riddhi. Amy, welcome. We met a long time ago in London, just briefly, but we stayed in touch over Facebook and so on. And you heard just Trusha mention something very interesting, mobile yoga. What do you think about bringing that to US? They commute all the time. Would it be something? You have so many programs that you offer. And anyway, let me just congratulate on your new role of a chair of Department of Yoga Therapy and Ayurveda at Maryland University of Integrative Health. So that's your latest role, but that's just one of your many roles. Would you like to introduce yourself to our audience, please, before we go deep into the sowing seeds, planting seeds of love?
Thank you. Yes, I just want to thank you, Alexandra. All these years, my husband said, "What are you doing today? It's a Sunday morning in the United States and it's a holiday weekend. What are you doing?" And I said, "Do you know, Alexandra has been so supportive of my work for so many years." I said, "I'm honored to be with her and all of these other cherished guests." I said, "There's nothing I'd rather be doing on a Sunday morning on a holiday weekend." And I've just been here an hour and I'm already so inspired. I feel like what we've heard so far has shifted my thinking. I know a lot of us have heard many of these things before, especially if we've been studying in the Indian traditions for 20, 30, 40 years. But we all need that reminder. Some of us are writing books on this, but then to hear someone else say it in just a slightly different way, or maybe there was a message that one of us needed to hear this morning and it was just at the right time, like, oh yeah, I forgot about that part. So anyway, I just want to thank all of you. I can see from the planning that you did with me how much time and energy and work and heart you've all put into this. And it's just so well organized. I was sitting here as I was watching everyone thinking, wow, this is an organizational mastermind here. So anyway, I just want to thank you. Many of you don't know me. We haven't met, and I look forward to getting to know you in the future. But as Alexandra said, I've had a yoga therapy training school for many, many years now. I've studied at the Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandram in South India in Chennai. And I've been studying there for since 2000 and love my teachers there. Everything that I talk about is from my teachers. None of this is original to me. And I study even now with them 2 mornings per week on Zoom. We're going through the Yoga Sutra for probably the 8th time, word by word, and chanting it. And just, everything that I talk about today, I want to give credit to the people who have taken their time and energy and love to talk to me. So where should we begin? I think I want to begin with a little story, unless there's anything else, Alexandra or Neil, that you want to say before we begin.
Just go ahead, Amy. Just do that. Thank you.
And feel free to interrupt me, anyone at any time. I like a collaborative discussion. I don't exactly love just kind of talking to the void. So if Riddhi or Lata or any of you, Mita, you want to say something, just jump right in, because I think this needs to be a community affair. As we know, the very first thing we learn in yoga is our yamas, our how we treat each other, our social disciplines, and really caring for each other. So, all right. So a little story. I've been noticing, at least in the US, and I think this is going on over the world, how much hardship there is, how much suffering there is. And as we know, yoga is about reducing or lessening our suffering as we come to remember who we truly are. But I've just noticed so many of us having trouble with our friends and our families and our colleagues, and really having trouble in our relationships. And in the Upanishads, we talk about these different layers of the human system, and one of them is Vijnanamaya. It's my wisdom, my way of communicating, my way of perceiving, how I connect with other people, how I am in relationship with other people. And so, my degrees are in psychology, and that's really what I'm interested in. I think it's really easy to kind of bypass all that and just talk about the love and light, and we're going to meditate every day and live in the bliss. But what really happens when someone we care about or someone we have to work with just really upsets us or has a completely different worldview than us or a different opinion than us? Like, that for me is where the rubber hits the road. I don't feel it's that hard when I'm in meditation to go in that more etheric, spatial, light place, lightness and full of light. Like, for me, that's become a place of refuge that I can go to. But what happens when I come out? And I take a little piece of that daily practice with me, but I can't say that it always ends up making me a better human being. There are some days where I just am not a better human being. And so yesterday I was looking in a thrift store for a picture of a bird. I wanted a bird. Some of you know there's something called the bird model from the Panchamaya, I'm sorry, from the Upanishads. So I wanted this bird. And I was in a thrift store because I believe in healing the earth. I don't believe I have to go and buy something new every single day. And I think there's plenty of places where we can exchange the things that are no longer useful to us, and we don't have to keep filling the landfills. So I'm a big thrift shopper, and so I went to 5 thrift stores yesterday looking for this picture, and I couldn't find it, by the way, but that's okay because I'll have more fun another Saturday looking for my bird. But the reason I think I ended up in this particular thrift store is there was a beautiful couch for sale, and there was an older woman, probably about my age, maybe mid-50s, and there was a younger man, he was probably 35, and I was listening, maybe I shouldn't have been, but I was listening as I looked at each piece of art. And they were having a discussion, and they were clearly on 2 opposite sides of the political spectrum. And how they even got into this thrift store to sit on the couch and talk to one another was a miracle to me. But every time she would say kind of something full of hatred and rhetoric, this young man would be so gentle and so soft, and he would say, "Excuse me, ma'am, I need to interrupt you there. I don't even agree with your original premise." She was saying, "Oh, people are taking health care and they don't deserve it and they didn't work for their health care." And he was just so soft and so gentle. And he would say, "Ma'am, I just need to interrupt you. Healthcare is a basic human right." And it just went back and forth. And then she would yell at him for a little bit, and then he would come in with this soft sweetness. I stayed there to listen to this conversation. It went on for on and on and on. And finally I left, but he was still going and he was taking the time. And I think that is what the Vijnanamaya layer of our human system, that wisdom, personality, perception, communication, how we are in relationships, and working from our higher self, right? He had so much patience, so much sukha, so much ease, so much sweetness. He believed in what he was talking about, but he wasn't forceful. He didn't try to beat her up with it. And you can imagine, and this is what most of us do, when we find someone with a different opinion than ourselves, we just start smacking each other. "No, I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right." And it never works. Neither person changes their mind. Now, I talk about this to my friends and family all the time. Do you always want to be the one to take the high road? Do you always want to be the patient one? Do you always want to waste your life prana or your life force trying to teach people? I would say maybe it's, we can be choosy and discerning about who we would like to spend time having these discussions with. But I would also say maybe we're not doing it for them. Maybe we're doing it for ourselves. Maybe we are remembering who we are in those moments when we're having this discussion with another human, and remembering I am a patient person. I am a kind person. I am an empathetic person. And I'm sharing my kindness and empathy with this other human who happens to be kind of angry, but that's almost irrelevant, right? It's like being in a play, the other actors doing whatever they want to do, but who am I? So first of all, what if we could just kind of flip that script and say, I'm not doing this to convince this person. I'm not doing this to change this person. I'm being calm and sattvic because that's who I want to be. And then, of course, there'll be some days where we don't have as much time or energy or, patience where we'll choose not to do that. We have the ability to set boundaries and decide where we're going to expend our life force. But in general, I think if we find someone we want to be in relationship with, I think it's worth us taking time to do that. And I would argue that's the only way the world changes, that huge marketing campaigns and often fall short. And that, people trying to politically persuade, people have a feeling inside. They don't always go with that. I would argue that this one-on-one connection where we take time to be together and not just love and hope and peace and joy. I mean, that is great. Maybe we'll get there one day, but to really do the harder things of having compassion. I know so many people that aren't talking to their parents right now because their parents are just of a completely different worldview than themselves. Great. We can set boundaries. We can decide when and where and how long we want to talk. But maybe when we go into these discussions, we could have compassion and get curious about what kind of upbringing, what kind of lessons, what kind of life history brought this person to this place where they're feeling so angry or fearful. And again, you can't be the only one doing it all the time, but you can decide, I'm going to do it today for 20 minutes because this is the only time this month I've talked to my parent or something like that, if you're really having trouble. So when I was with my teachers this week, they shared something with me that I thought was really an interesting thing to think about. And I wondered if it would be okay if I shared what they shared with me in our podcast today. Or I guess, I don't know if this is a podcast. All right. So I'm just going to put a little infographic up here briefly because I'm a visual person. Can you see this karma, klesha, guna?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So the way my teachers were explaining to me, I had actually made this infographic about 10 years ago, and I don't know if I really understood it until the other day when my teachers reviewed it again. And that's the beauty of having a teacher that goes over and over and over. And I think when we are ready to learn, even if we've heard the same lesson over and over, something new clicks for us, right? I had a student who once said, why are you going over this again a second time? We already learned this. And I just thought, oh, okay, we're going to learn this over and over and over, because when the student is ready, then the wisdom occurs. So this cycle that I wrote this down 10 years ago, and I think I finally just got it. Each of us has what I'll call some residual, karmic residuals left over in our body, our mind, our energetic body, our spirit, even our breathing patterns. We have a residual left over from something previous. Some people say that could be in a previous life. Some people say it's in this life, but there is a residual that is left over inside of us. And that it could be a positive residual. It could be a not so positive residual. And my teachers describe it like you've made a bowl of garlic soup, and that even after you've enjoyed the soup and you've poured out what is no longer good and you go to scrub the pot, the next morning you go to make a tomato soup and you smell the pot and you're like, oh, it still smells like garlic, even though I'm going to have a different dish today. Well, that's kind of like the residual that's left over. There's always something that is left there. And that residual causes what we'll call the kleshas, the 5 areas of suffering. The main one being misperception. So this residual that's left over from a previous time is causing us to misperceive. At the far end of the scale, the biggest misperception is that you think you are this physical body. You think you are this mind, but really you are consciousness. So that's kind of the big misperception that we all forget, that we truly are consciousness and that this body is temporary, this mind is temporary. But underneath that larger misperception, there's many other misperceptions that go along with it, and we call these kleshas. It could be something like, I either identify my ego as too big or too small. I have too much confidence or I don't have enough confidence. I start to think I am my home, I am my car, I am my belongings. I have to focus all my energy on taking care of my stuff. And my stuff, my car, my house, it shows something about me. This is the image of who I am and what I need to present to the world. That's actually a misperception. You are consciousness. Your consciousness that has accumulated some belongings while you're here, but they are not you. They are actually not even a reflection of you. So that's one of the misperceptions. Another misperception might be that we have attachment to things, that we finally got that perfect job and now we want to hold on to it forever, that we finally found that perfect partner and now this person is mine, 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 and I'm going to be jealous every time they leave the house. Or this child, I've spent 18 years raising this child, and now I don't know how to send this child off to college because this child has become me. How can I let this child go into the world? I'm so attached. And again, these are very human reactions, right? We want safety, we want security, we want love, we want to know that it's going to be okay. And when we have to lose things that we're attached to, we don't feel loved, we don't feel okay, we don't feel safe. So it's a very human thing, but if we remember that we are consciousness and all of these objects and even all the people in our lives are ways for our consciousness to play together, to be together, to love together, but they are not to be held onto so tightly that it causes us suffering. Another klesha that may cause us some pain is aversion. I don't like you. You made me feel badly last time we were together. You've got problems. I'm going to morally and ethically judge you because you're obviously a horrible person. I don't like that color. I don't like that food. I don't want anything to do with those ideas or concepts. They're awful. You know, we get into this very judgmental place and we miss the nuance of life, and we just start labeling things as overall bad, and I don't want that, and get away from me. So this again causes a suffering. It's not who we truly are. That's the wounded part of us that's talking and feeling and being. And if we really remember that we are consciousness, maybe some of those things wouldn't have to penetrate us so deeply and hurt us so badly. Another klesha is fear, just downright what is going to happen next. And I think one of your previous speakers spoke to this. Can we start being more in the present moment? Why are we always out so far ahead of ourselves, basically worrying about things, 95% of which never happen? We're always like, what if this happens? I got to prepare. And, on some level, we know through neuroscience now that, that is a human way for us to try to survive, right? We call that the reticular activating complex, where it's, I'm going to scan and look for threats, and I'm going to try to mitigate those threats so that none of them can get to me. But we spend our whole life then focusing on the threat And we always forget to be in the present moment and enjoy the truth of our true nature here and now. So sometimes we're worried about the past, sometimes we're worried about the future, but the bottom line is that a lot of us have a lot of fear. So let's go back and tie these kleshas back to our karma. We've got this leftover residual, if you will, as we talked about, the inside of the soup bowl. That residual feeling tends to trigger whatever klesha: fear, attachment, ego identification, aversion, misperception, that through these little leftover karmic residual things that have happened, when we come into a certain situation with a person, place, thing, boom, that's when certain kleshas start to pop up. And what the Yoga Sutra says about this is we have to recognize this early and pluck them when they're very small. If we're not very self-aware and we just keep on going, doing what we've always done, this thing that was maybe a little tiny weed that we could have meditated and realized, oh my gosh, I'm just living from a fear mentality right now, or wow, I'm way too attached to XYZ. Instead of plucking it out because our daily meditation helped us to see it clearly when it was small, if we just get going too fast through life and we're completely stressed out and we never take time to check in with our own deeper true nature, that little weed can grow and grow and grow and grow into a big oak tree. And I always say, you don't want a big unstable oak tree next to your house, because then when a big wind comes, that oak tree is going to fall on your house. And even trying to cut down a huge oak tree right next to your house, it's a very dangerous thing. There's no guarantee that that oak tree is actually going to come down carefully. So if we wait too long for these kleshas and they get bigger and bigger and bigger, that's the equivalent of, oh my gosh, now I'm going through a divorce. Now I can't find a job for 2.5 years because I've started doing too many drugs. And again, we have compassion for that. We know that addiction is a coping mechanism. We know that it's very hard to find a job. We know that who we chose as an 18-year-old to marry may not have been the best choice because we didn't have all the information. And now we're 40 and we're wondering, wow, this is a very different scenario than I imagined for myself. It's not to judge ourselves for these things, but there is something to be said for getting clarity. And oftentimes when we get clarity about how this happened, what my role was in this, what was the karmic thing, that residual that kind of triggered my need for this attachment or that aversion or that fear-based action, we can do that svadhyaya, that self-reflection, to understand our part in it. And until we do that, we may just repeat the same thing over and over. It's very possible that even if we get ourselves untangled from this particular work situation or this particular partner or this particular friendship, if we didn't do that reflection about karma and klesha, we may end up in 2 years in a very similar situation. And it's better to just do the daily work, as someone said earlier, to get into that very subtle state of mind, that very harmonizing state of mind, that peaceful state of mind, and reflect honestly about ourselves and not only reflect on our true nature, our brilliance, our radiance, our love, our hope, our joy, our connection to one another. That's wonderful. But also to look at our dark side and the places that we are suffering and how we can reduce that suffering for ourselves and others. So this was the part that this upcoming part is the part that my teachers kind of refined for me in the last few weeks, that I didn't really see this connection. And that is that these kleshas, misperception, attachment, ego identification, attachment, aversion, and fear, that those drive something called guna, this energetic feeling inside of us that can get us to be very agitated, very angry, very overexcited, very impatient on one end. And then on the other end, it could be things like feeling dull and heavy and lethargic and unmotivated. So this was the piece that really got me the last few weeks is, oh, the kleshas are driving those feelings, thoughts, and sensations in my body, which is basically defining my behavior. And the reason that was such an aha moment to me, I guess previous to this, I thought maybe the gunas drove the kleshas, and there probably is a circular thing that's, it keeps going around and around, but to think of it this way, what it made me realize is that we have to reverse engineer. We have to take care of the agitation and the anger and the, impatience and the overexcitement, or we have to take care of the lethargy and the dullness and the heaviness to be able to look at our kleshas. It's actually reverse engineered. If I meditate on a regular basis and get myself into this nice, pleasant, calm state of mind, which we call sattva, that allows me to see my kleshas, my attachments, my aversions, my ego, my misperception, my fear. It allows me to see it more clearly. And then maybe even it backs up for me to even see what those residuals from previous behaviors and situations and people, how that connects. Now, I promise I'm going to take this back to the young gentleman in the thrift store with the older lady. It's coming back around. Stay with me. We're almost there. I think so many of us believe that if we talk loud enough, fast enough, if we are smarter than the other person in this argument that we're having in life, if we've watched enough TV to get all the facts and to school people and be smarter than them, that somehow we're going to change their ideas, their way of viewing the world. But if you look at this model, that is not how it works. And in fact, if we got all bent out of shape in our gunas and we were agitated, if that young man had sat with the elderly, I shouldn't say elderly, she's 55, just like me, the older woman, I was called grandma the other day. So if we think that getting more and more agitated and angry to scream our perception at somebody is going to change us, we are sadly mistaken. That is not going to remind ourselves who we really are. I guarantee it will never help us to reflect on our own kleshas. It will only strengthen our kleshas. It will never give us the clarity to look at our own history and our own residuals that are coming with us and causing us to act and think and be in a certain way. The only way to back that up and do that reverse engineering for ourselves and for all of humanity and for Mother Earth is to get into a peaceful state of mind, what we call sattva guna, to get to that place of peace every single day that we can. And it's from that place on our meditation cushion, on our yoga mat, that we can start to be brave enough and honest enough with ourselves to say, I'm having a lot of attachment right now. Or, whoa, I got up in a circle of aversion. Or, wow, fear has really overtaken my mind these past 2 weeks, and I don't even remember who I am. I'm just a big fear ball. It is from sattva guna that we can see that and then figure out, well, why is this triggering me so much? Why am I in so much fear this last 2 weeks? Oh, it's possibly because earlier in my life I didn't have enough, or I didn't have proper care and tending. Someone neglected me. There could be a variety of reasons, but this is why I'm so interested in yoga as kind of a psychological medicine, what we call Raja yoga, is that we can start to, through this daily ability to meditate and get quiet within ourselves, we can kind of reverse the course and figure these things out. And once again, this isn't just for the other people. That's great. It's going to happen. But first, for you to remember who you are to remind yourself every day. And then that is the person that you will bring forward into the world. So I want to stop here for a moment. I could go on, but I'd like to see what anyone else is thinking, feeling, sensing
Yes,
right now.
Amy, let's have a chit chat. So Alexandra, if you come back here and Riddhi, and let us even show people your website so they know how to connect to you. Because we are not a webinar, we are actually connected to many social media and the website where people are connected. So Alexandra, Riddhi, make your comments while I bring the website for Amy Wheeler, okay?
Alexandra, please go ahead.
So I just posted quote by poet Rilke. He talked about those dragons that we are afraid of, no? That everything that frightens us in its deepest essence is something helpless that wants our love. So those emotions, those behaviors, those energies, you know, how we work with that energy is so important because we are always planting something. So we have to become, or we need to become more conscious of what we are, or what these seeds are, because we are planting, conscious or not, in everyday situations, in relational moments, but also how we talk to ourselves. And that's why I like the Charlene when she talked in Johannesburg in the school, when children had those moments, those 5 minutes where they just could connect to themselves, and not to play the role that was given to them. So I think this is amazing. And yeah, there were many aha moments when you talked, just like when Charlene talked, you know, I realized this connection between yoga and self-love. Although I talk about it, I do it. But something there was how she said it, that it was like, as I heard it for the first time in my life, that self-compassion, self-care, meditating, doing yoga, it's like so connected. It's so crucial in my life. You know, I really could feel it, just like when you were explaining now, I could really feel it. I could experience that. Like Anita before mentioned, also from Brahma Kumaris, it just was experiential. Thank you.
Amy, I have a question for you. So we're talking about gunas, tamas, rajas, sattva. Say, for example, someone's going through quite a stressful situation and it keeps playing on their head. They find themselves, they're not in sattva, they're either in rajas, or if it's really causing them burnout and exhaustion, they're going to be in tamas. How do they then transcend from a state of tamas to rajas to sattva to guna to stita? How does that cycle happen?
Such a beautiful question. I'm thinking of it from neuroscience as well as from the ancient Indian teachings. But first of all, let's just say all 3 of these are present all the time. It's just a matter of which one is more dominant. So even when we're feeling very peaceful and loving, the other 2 are still present. Or even when we're feeling agitated and angry and frustrated, the other 2 are still present. Or even when we're feeling so depressed or full of grief, the other 2 are present. They're just in a smaller amount. So it's all about having the tools and skills to know how to bring the one up that needs to come up at a particular time, because one isn't bad, right? And we can't live in sattva all the time, but what can I do to become more tamasic when I need to go to sleep at night? I want to become more dull and heavy, and I want to fall into a deep, deep sleep, right? What can I do in the morning when I need to wake up and get to work? If I'm leading something at the university, I'm going to need to be on it and sharp and maybe a little bit, you know. So first of all, I just like to say, it's not that we always want to be in sattva all the time, but we want to have choice. When am I going to choose to be in sattva? And I think that's, for me, the essence of what yoga therapy and probably Ayurveda are also about, is each of us is learning the tools that work for us to bring the guna forward, or to increase whatever guna we need at that particular time of day, season of the year, stage of life, task that we have ahead of us. that ability to choose and say, I'm about to have a really hard discussion. I'm going to do the things that I know bring me into sattva. For me, I'll just like throw a few of these kind of lifestyle things out. Not have coffee first thing in the morning on an empty stomach. That is not going to get me into sattva. Warm water with lemon, going outside on my deck and letting the first morning light come into my eyes, listening to the birds, getting a little movement early in the morning makes my body feel really good. And then maybe doing some prayer or some chanting, setting my mind up for the day so that I have a better chance of being sattvic. And then from that point, like there's little tweaks, like, I don't know, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm feeling very sleepy, but I still have to give a lecture. I might choose to have some coffee to bring me up a little bit. Maybe I don't want to be so sattvic for my lecture. I want to be sharp and on it. So I have a little coffee or chai at 2 p.m. But I would never choose to have that coffee or chai at 8 p.m. because then I could never go to sleep. I'm very sensitive to caffeine. But every person is different. We have the lifestyle guidelines from yoga and Ayurveda that we all use. But then within that, depending on our constitution, depending on our lifestyles, our stage of life, the season of the year, time of day, we have to figure out what works for us. So like right now at this time of the year in the United States, I'm lifting weights almost every day. By the time we get to the hot August summer, I'm going to be in the swimming pool almost every day. Somebody who lives in the Southern Hemisphere, that might be reversed because their winters and their summers are reversed, right? So I think this is the art of yoga and Ayurveda, is to understand who we are and how to keep our system in balance to some degree, and then have choice about, am I going to bring myself up? Am I going to bring myself down? Or is this a situation where I need to stay very sattvic? I don't know if that answered your question, Riddhi. That's a lot.
I think that's a wonderful way of saying it, Amy, to actually look at people's states of mind and states of body at any given time within the seasons that they're going through and the environment around them, but also the laws of nature within them. So the way that I see it is meditation is a tool of being present in the given moment. It's a tool of being able to see what thoughts or what emotions are coming up and being okay to sit with those, not trying to avoid it or escape it, but by just listening to what's going on, not judging it and not trying to beat ourselves up and making ourselves feel bad, but sticking with that and being present throughout the whole experience to see what's going on and where it's going on. And then we've actually, because we've listened to our internal environment, we've listened to the tools and the techniques that are going on around us, we're more present with the whole situation overall. We've then actually working out, what can we do? If this is the situation, do I want to change that situation? And if I do, how do I do it? Now, the trouble with a lot of sadhaks, a lot of students, when they first come into meditation, is that their minds are practically like a monkey. It's like a jumping monkey, and it's to get mastery over that monkey mind. A lot of times they'll be reactive to situations that they need to be proactive with. In other words, to be thinking of a response as opposed to black and white thinking or jumping to conclusions. And meditation should be the tool, one of the tools, that would actually help them to be able to achieve the aim or the goal that they have in mind. The problem is, a lot of the times, they don't do that. It's the absolute reverse. So instead of using meditation in a proactive way that's going to help them, it's those times that they forget what their tools are. It's those times that they forget what their strategies are. So in those times, how do we create that sense of presence again?
First of all, I want to say we forget, right? So what I've learned from my teacher is that everything is gross as intangible all the way to subtle. And to ask someone to just get out of their agitated state and get into a very subtle state of meditation, that's a big jump for most people, all of us, I would say. So the way that Patanjali has set up the 8-limb path of Yoga Sutra is basically we start with our social disciplines. So how do we treat each other? And then we go to what are some of my more personal things that I'm going to work inside of me. Then we go to some postures, which have become very popular in the West, because I think the postures are something gross and tangible to hold on to. Can I put my body in this position and focus on my left arm being straight and taking a deep breath and being in the present moment? For Westerners, especially, I think we're at a level where we're still needing that very gross, tangible way of meditation, if you will, meditation on the body, meditation on the breath, meditation of movement. I think a lot of us aren't ready to sit on a cushion and just quiet our minds, and we can't do that. And in fact, what I've seen is when we try to take too big of a jump before we're ready, we actually sit on the mat and ruminate in anger and agitation, and we may even be reinforcing our current state of mind. So while there's been so much critique of the West, making yoga as exercise, and we shouldn't allow everybody to just do asana separate from the cultural system of yoga, I agree with that. And I don't know if there's any other way but to meet people where they are. And if they're in a very gross, tangible, place, maybe asana with breathing is it, as long as that teacher, and here's the key, we can't not mention that this comes from India. We can't excommunicate the deeper spiritual teachings. We have to be very clear, like, hey, this is step one and we're meeting you here, but there's so much more. So don't just do this one thing and then move on. Just know we're meeting you here, and then we will go on a journey over the next 10, 20 years together where we take you from that more gross, tangible place of in your mind and body all the way to a more subtle place. I'm seeing that Lata has their hand.
Thank you, Amy. We need to press on to Sri Vijay. Let's show people your website. Right now, you can just punch in Amy Wheeler or Optimal State on any of the engines that you're in. It's wonderful. You can see here. And you do personal one-to-one and podcast as well, don't you, Amy?
Yes, we have a podcast. We have a mobile app to help people get into balance with yoga and Ayurveda. And we do Monday night classes. We have all sorts of fun things and then of course, we have a full master's degree at Maryland University of Integrative Health in yoga therapy, the only master's degree in yoga therapy in the United States. That's kind of approved by the Department of Education. So yeah, we would love to see you in any capacity.
So, Amy, it would be very nice maybe to introduce you to Dhanada Kulkarni, who is in Texas, who is Ayurveda expert, but also connects the Chinese university down there in Texas, in Dallas. You're not too far from her. In America, everything is near. It's just a flight for 1-2 hours. So, Alexandra, if you could put her in touch with Dhanada Kulkarni and just say I've asked to explore the university exchange and maybe to the curriculum level as well. That will be very useful. Amy, wonderful. Your website is very beautiful. Stay around. Let's go to Sri Vijay Anand. Take him a bit earlier so that he gets 5-10 minutes more extra. And Riddhi, let's welcome Vijay Anand over here, our next contributor. Amy, thank you very much. And we chit chat in a while.
Thank you so much.
Riddhi?
Bring your hands in front of your heart center.
Okay, so I was on mute, sorry. But Amy, thank you for a wonderful session. And a global namaste to Sri Vijay Anand. Sri Vijay Anand, just to introduce him, is a dedicated practitioner of Tantric Hatha Yoga, and he has been practicing since the age of 5. He is rooted in the sacred teachings of Shiva's Tattva Gnan and Swar Yoga. He weaves a tapestry of profound knowledge through the 72,000 nadis, the subtle pathways of prana, and he's been inspired by the 112 Shiva Sutras from Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, a scion in the esteemed lineage of Rishi Vashishta, and one of the revered Saptarishis known for their profound understanding of Shiva's knowledge. And it's a wonderful opportunity to learn more from Shri Vijay Anandji today. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, and a global namaste to you.
Thank you, Riddhi. Once again, it's such a great pleasure to see all the divine souls.
And it's been wonderful to have you here with us right from the beginning as well. And the next 15 minutes are yours, so please feel free to lead, and then we will reconvene for Q&A after.
Om Namah Shivaya. My journey started with listening to a very sacred prayer from the age of 5, which comes from one of the Upanishad. Asato ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityor ma amritam gamaya. I was lucky to start my journey very early, born in a Vedic family. That was a gift actually. And listening to all wisdom of Patanjali, Shiva, and this was the prayer which was always chanted by my grandfather and father before their usual routine and practices. And this simple prayer, which literally means lead me from ignorance to truth, lead me from darkness to light, lead me from death to immortality, shaped my whole life and journey. So I was, as a child, very curious that what this knowledge is. And although the knowledge is beautiful, it's extremely attracting. And the stories which I was told that yogis and tantrics were able to live a healthy life till they want it. Although I was told that there's a biological limit to our experience. We are born, how much visa we are getting when we start the journey, when from the unmanifest we manifest, how much years of biological life is given to us? 120 years. And I remember today's session, beautifully, one of the initial speaker was talking about the breath cycle. That in a normal situation, sitting and talking like this, we spend 4 seconds on one breath when we do the chest breathing. 2 seconds inhale, 2 seconds exhale, which makes 15 breaths in a minute, and which allows us our experience, because we all are manifested as creative intelligence. Same, everybody. For what? To explore the infinite potential gifted by Mother Nature. And Shiva noticed that this experience is not all the time conscious, not with awareness. And that was limiting, because the aim was every experience should aim into a blissful state. Nothing doesn't matter what we are doing. Any activity in life, in the end, if it is a conscious experience, if it is the awareness experience, should end to the 5 kosha, ending with the last kosha, Anandamaya kosha, a bliss body, a blissful state. And Shiva was the first spiritual scientist in the world history who practiced a beautiful self-enquiry meditation practice, which I just introduced in my short talk also, where you experience the witness state, where he used to sit palms downward on the knees, keeping the attention in the third eye, and connecting to that vast infinite cosmic space. And that beautiful self-enquiry resulted in deciphering and answering the 3 vital principles of Shiva teachings. And 2 knowledge systems were shared by him, which are still the most powerful knowledge systems ever created in a scientific way. What was the first system? Tattva Gyan, element science. How the elements are flowing at gross level through these 5 fingers, 5 elements. At a gross level, how you can regulate and control their flow. The second science which attracted the attention of Shiva, that all the experience what is happening in the physical dimension after we manifest, who is controlling this experience? The prana energy. So prana in Tantra is considered as the shadow of the soul. And the prana is the source of 5 elements, 5 senses, and 6 gross forms. So in our journey, we manifest as prana, and then this prana gets transformed into 16 gross forms, which we are experiencing through which breathing cycle? 15 breaths in a minute. And that limits us. All the experience happening from this breathing cycle is not a conscious experience. It limits us. And in the morning, the speaker was talking, and I was really enjoying it, that he was telling that if you make a shift in your breathing cycle, and if you learn how to slow down the breathing cycle, but not only the breathing cycle, he did not share the technique, but Shiva shared one of the most secret, most scientific, most beautiful practice, which if you are now having little time, or when there will be a gap, arrange a chair or a table or a sofa and a yoga mat. And what you need to do is lie down on the floor on your spine, on your mat, and put your legs knee onward, your foot on the chair or sofa. And your hands are beside your body, palms upward. It is a magical practice, and it is a magical, you are creating a magical energy space, which I will explain when we will be coming back. As I understand that there will be a small break. Would we have a small break during my talk, or I can continue?
You can continue.
So if any one of you have this possibility now, because what I'm going to share is a very simple, a very powerful practice which will deal with the body and mind doing state. So if you have the possibility, lie down on the floor. Your back is on the floor, your legs are on the sofa or chair, your palms are upward. And what you need to do in this practice is, you first need to create a non-doing state of your body. Drop your body. Let the mother nature holds you in her arm, you just drop. No effort. Let all the joints relax. Let all the body parts relax. Slowly, slowly, all the inner organs will entering into a relaxed state. In principle, you have never experienced a complete relaxed stillness in your body, even in the night. No. This practice, first part, 5 to 10 minutes, you just drop and relax. Create a complete non-doing state of body. And pay attention why I am asking to lie down and use this specific way of lying down. Your heart is not pumping blood in this pose. It's relaxing. There is maximum amount of blood flowing in your brain. There is a lot of space being created in your stomach cavity, activating the samana prana, which is a very important prana. If it is in balance, you are in a homeostatic state, a balanced state. And after it, your next task is to deal with the mind, the monkey mind, the challenging lower mind. And your mind is doing what all the time? Thinking, as I told in the beginning. So what you need to do in the second step of the practice, you start breathing with smile, as I told when you were creating a witness state. So you are smiling, a magic will happen when you will smile with breath. In an effortless way, your breath will elongate. From 2 seconds, slowly, slowly, it will become 3, 4, 5. And you will connect to your inner child, which is the source of love, joy, and bliss inside you. If you continue, it will relax your mind completely. And not only it will relax your mind, it will also bring your mind into a witness state, a non-doing state. And then the magic will start. If you achieve the non-doing state of the body, non-doing state of the mind, and if your breath is slowing down, and if your breath drops to less than 5, your experience will change. That experience, what you are having with a 15 breath in a minute, will be a totally different experience when your breath will be less than 5 in a minute. All the gross distractions, the body, the mind, the food, the scriptures, the austerity, the 6 gross forms will dissolve. And you will start deconditioning. You will start going back to those subtle parts of the energy which are your roots, from where you originated. And do this practice. I have a nice, beautiful article about this practice. I can share it with you. You can connect with me either on WhatsApp or through my website. I'll share my WhatsApp number in the end and website also. This one single practice, experiencing the non-doing state of body and mind half an hour before going to sleep can create a magic in your life. It will take care of all the problem of insomnia, hypertension, anxiousness, anxiety, depression, you name it. This one simple practice where you can achieve in an effortless way a non-doing state will completely reshape your mind and body software. And it will create such a deep connection with you, with yourself. It will be a permanent witness state you will be experiencing in your outside doing state also. And you can always share your experience with me, and I can guide and advise you how to make this practice deeper and deeper and deeper, and more important aspects of this practice, the higher levels of this practice can be shared. So we experience this complete stillness and silence. Body is still, mind is still, and you are slowly entering into the original state, the witness state, the cosmic state, the Shiva Tattva, that oneness with the cosmic self. When you want to come out of the practice, move your legs back on the floor gently. Still lie down in the Shavasana. Don't immediately come out of the practice. At least spend 1 minute in the Shavasana, becoming aware of your body, of your breath, of your mind, the changes you have experienced in your practice. Experience this new version of you. And then slowly lie down on your right side, and then gently come back to your sitting state. So sit comfortably, come back. How is everyone feeling? It's magical, believe me. When I was doing my scientific research, actually I was so much inspired by Shiva that I decided that whatever I will study in my life, in my career as a student, it will be just to have a very deep understanding of Shiva knowledge, because it was so magical, so simple, and so life changing that I started studying everything related to the body design. What is the human energy design? I studied bioscience, life science, biochemical engineering, and biotechnology in IIT Delhi. I did a PhD also with one single aim to decipher this gift. Shiva was really a great scientist, first spiritual scientist. And he created a knowledge system with one single purpose: to empower us, that to make us master of our own experience. So we are not at the mercy of this outside world. He showed how in an intelligent way, by changing the element flow, you can change the flow of prana, creating different states. If you put your palms downward on your knees and stay for 5 minutes, a magic will happen inside you. You will activate your parasympathetic nervous system by this arrangement of 5 elements, relaxed state of the 5 elements. Do this practice today for 5 minutes and see what you experience when you sit with your palms downward and just following your breath as it is flowing. You will become aware. If you sit like this 5 minutes, your breath will start flowing in your belly. You'll have your childhood breath, and it will activate your parasympathetic nervous system. And don't forget smiling. It is the most important gift. You are enjoying it 700 times a day as a child. Now see the magic of these 5 elements and the prana flow. Just do one small change. Put your now palms not downward, upward, and put your hands back on your knees. And start following the breath flow inside you. A magic will happen. Just by changing the 5 element arrangement, now keeping the palms upward, your experience will change. You will activate the sympathetic nervous system. You will create an active state. More and more prana will flow in your lungs, in your chest area. You will feel very energized. A lot of energy you will feel in your palms, in your hands, from nowhere. Just you have activated the dormant channels. And any one of you remember there was Buddha Purnima not long ago. And there is a beautiful posture Buddha used to practice, which is called Dhyan Mudra. So, if you put your left hand down, palm upward, right hand on the left palm, and combine both the thumbs, tip of the thumbs together, and put your hands below the navel point, 2 fingers. This is the switch of your Svadhisthana chakra. Close your eyes and see what happens to your breath flow, and then you will understand why the great meditation master Buddha, the best student of Shiva, used to sit with this hand gesture. And it's very interesting, the 7th limb of Ashtanga Yoga, meditation, dhyan, is also coming from this dhyan mudra. So this position of hand is, mudra is, gesture is dhyan mudra. And a magic will happen inside you. Why Buddha used to sit like this? Where the breath will start flowing if you sit like this. A magic will happen, breath will start flowing in your spine in an effortless way. The divine path, the spiritual path. And your breath will go and activate your inner teacher, inner guru, your intuition energy. It will transform your lower monkey mind into higher mind. And you will activate the Jupiter energy inside you, the guru energy. a lot of people are not aware that everybody saw Buddha used to meditate for days and months and longer periods without even moving, completely disconnecting him from the outside. So they were not able to understand how using this Dhyan Mudra, he could achieve a complete balance in him, completely dissociating from the outside world any energy need. So the second secret, again a mudra given by Shiva, a magical mudra called Khechri mudra. And in Tantra and in Ayurveda, we divide the lower mind in two parts, outer mind and inner mind. And if you roll your tongue in your mouth cavity, you will become aware it has two parts, soft palate, hard palate. And if you will see in the upper part, hard palate, the two sides are meeting in the center and there's a point. So bring your tongue at that point and then lift your tongue upward in the soft cavity. A magic will happen with this mudra. Your lower mind will disappear. How? Lower mind has two habits: chatting, non-stop talking, and snacking, non-stop eating. Doesn't matter you are hungry or not. Can you talk when you are doing the Khechri mudra? No way. You cannot talk. Can you swallow the food? No. Your lower mind is gone because two activities are not allowed. And what will happen? You will activate all the inner dormant energy channels to generate the prana energy from inside. And that is how the tantrics were experiencing the immortality. Soul is immortal, but they wanted to make the body immortal. You know, they were very wise when challenging people. And this combination of Dhyan Mudra with Khechri Mudra was the secret of the third desire of the Shiva prayer. Lead me from death to immortality. And this knowledge is vastless. Of course, in such a small session, I cannot even give you few glimpses of it.
But even what you did share with us, Vijayji, was absolutely amazing because we could see the activating breaths and the deactivating breaths, the legs up the wall or the legs in the chair, and how that impacts on the breathing itself and just helps the mind to relax and restore. Then we had the palms facing downwards, and we could really go within and be our own teachers. And then we turn the palms upwards, and we were actually more receptive to what it is that you were saying. We were more aware of what was going on around us as well. And then we had the Khechri Mudra experience, which was really starting to wake ourselves up to going beyond the senses. It reminded me of the three monkeys of not speaking, not hearing, and not seeing any evils. So when we take away those external senses, we're really starting to turn internal. And I feel like that is an experience for many sadhaks who are just coming onto this path as well. It's that ability to take away the chaos of the external world and to turn internal. And you've got 5 more minutes, and I'd like you to expand on this if you could, of how exactly would you actually guide somebody that's on the path and that wants to go to the next level to really turn away from the external noise and to go within? Is it just what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Riddhi. And as I was telling that I started at the age of 5. Soon in 2 months, I will be 64. So it's like a beautiful journey. And I'm still feeling journey has not started yet, actually. There's so much energy coming from the Shiva practices. And I also have shared some links in the chat about a talk which I did during COVID time. I saw that a lot of people were suffering in the COVID time with breath related issues. This is a 1 hour talk. Also is describing my journey, my experience and my practices in detail. So people can watch it. I also did a online course on Vigyan Bhairav Tantra level 1 Shiva teachings. And I have also shared those 8 videos for the sadhaks, people who are inspired by the Shiva knowledge. They can watch that. And also I have shared my website shivahominstitute.com and .org. So this can
So we have the Shivoham Institute website that's just up on the screen now, and it says the complete program with yourself embarking on a transformative journey through the physical and the mental by unleashing your potential, harmonizing the body and the mind, the integrative practices that can be done. And there's also ability there for people to book a free discovery call and to connect with you further. We can watch your karma and astrology consultation as well, which is on an via individual level that's suited for the individual, because you also have a very customized approach for your teachings. And tell us more about the retreats, Anandji, that you have coming up as well.
And Riddhi, if you go through the website, there is also complimentary discovery call. So that's beautiful. After complimentary discovery call, you can then decide to take up a course or a consultation. So it's beautiful. So you just visit the website, put in your search engine, Shivam Institute, or just put Sri Vijay Anand, and you will know where to go. Yes, we've still got 3 more minutes before we conclude. So over to both of you. Thank you.
Yeah, so the journey I wanted to say that now I came to UK, although I'm in UK for quite long, but you know the English weather. So it always helped me exploring the warm destinations during winter. So most of my winter I spend in South Goa. So I have my own place there to live. And we organize a lot of training, retreats, workshops. And then, of course, we also have a lot of activities, including teacher training in England. Every September, a 10-month course is started where people can learn in very deeper way, almost whole year, the whole knowledge system of Shiva. And also, we also have presence in Europe. So I have a lot of teachers trained in England, in Europe, in India. And we have 3 programs coming in Europe, in Hungary. So some people in my team are in England working with me, but they are from Hungary. And some people are from Spain and other countries. So there's a yoga holiday in August 14th to 17th in Hungary. A 1 week silent retreat. We do few silent retreats in England, in Europe, and in India. The next one is coming again in Hungary, 1st to 7th of September. And then we are also having a special European teacher training intensive course starting on 12th July, 5 online weekends, followed by 1 week residential training in Hungary. So there are several trainings coming in England. In India, we are having almost like 12 trainings at Goa, at Gokarna, at Rishikesh, at Dharamkot. So if you feel that you want to avoid the winter here, you are most welcome to come to Goa, and it's magic there.
And also for those people that find that traveling is a bit of an issue, you've also got an online version that's
Exactly. All the options, like these 2 websites are there. shivahominstitute.com is for England and Europe, and shivahominstitute.org is for India.
Right.
Like you can get all the information on these two websites, and there are regular online new moon meditation coming on this Thursday. Then there are full moon meditations, and there are so many activities done. Like I have a very active team of teachers doing lot of activities throughout the year in India, in Europe, in England. So you can make a good choice that what fits and what you need.
That's fantastic. So something for everyone. And you're also part of the alumni at IIT Delhi. Meet Amrita. She's also a part of the IIT team.
Yeah, actually, this is very
global namaste.
Namaste, namaste. This is very interesting that I am also representing IIT Delhi Alumni Association in England. So I was
We had a
coordinator
word.
21 to 23, and this now also I am the coordinator. So all the IIT Delhi alumni activities are coordinated by me.
Amrita, since Vijay Anand is also doing outreach in Hungary, maybe you can introduce Zope to him and see if we can get dialogue going and bring the Vedic knowledge and yoga. And also Thomas can be officially introduced. So if you make a note of it and keep Riddhi and Vijay in thing, and let's see how we can develop the family, okay?
Of course. And he has his centers at Dharamkot. I have been teaching so many years at Dharamkot. That's yoga TTC programs. So definitely I'll be in touch.
Yeah, it would be a pleasure to visit your institute also. It's a very famous institute where you are doing research and sharing this wonderful knowledge. And I'm always there in India from October to March. So generally I stay in Goa, but I travel wherever I am needed in India.
Wonderful.
Definitely most welcome.
So I think I've already connected both of you via WhatsApp. So it's lovely that you're both already having wonderful conversations. Shayananji, thank you so much for joining us and sharing some of your wisdom and experiences with us. It's been wonderful to take part in those activities today as well. And it's just a taster for people that really do want to go deeper and to look at the retreats and the online activities that you have to share as well. And it's wonderful work as well that you're doing at the IIT Delhi. Keep up the good work, and it's lovely to speak to you. Global Namaste.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Global Namaste.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you.
Om Namah Shivaya.
And Amrita, that brings us on very nicely to Sharon, who's in the USA. A very global namaste to you, dear Sharon.
Global namaste, Sharon.
Global namaste to all of my beloved friends at Healing Our Earth. It's, as always, this is such a wonderful experience for me every Sunday, or almost every Sunday, to be with you all and feel the bliss, really feel the love that you all emanate.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's bring on Siobhan here, who was there very recently on one of our episodes. She's a very powerful expert in not just Tai Chi and Qigong. She's also a holistic expert, integrated expert. Introduce her, Sharon, and you've got 25 minutes before we say goodbye to everybody. Over to you, Sharon.
I am so happy to bring Siobhan Hutchinson onto Healing Our Earth this time, for her to give us a glimpse of her incredible background and her knowledge of Qigong, Tai Chi, healing, so many things. Siobhan spent 25 years in medical sales and started taking Tai Chi in 1996. Since then, she has studied with a number of teachers, as well as traveling to China to study Guzhen Qigong. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. She created Next Step Strategies, LLC, in 2004 to educate and encourage individuals to discover their body's natural healing ability. Along with holding a master's degree in holistic health, Siobhan is an accredited Tai Chi Chuan Seijaku Guzhen Qigong Reiki master teacher, medicinal aromatherapist, and certified clinical Eden energy medicine practitioner. The United Fellowship of Martial Artists awarded her Holistic Healing Artist and Qigong Master. She's also the programming director of the Global Transformation Project Productions. We know about the Global Transformation Project, started by William Douglas, our dear friend, who's on the show very often. And this is dedicated to mindfulness practices as a part of public education. She offers in-person wonderful classes. She's an amazing teacher, really, with such deep compassion and such deep understanding of not only the world of traditional Chinese medicine, but healing in many different aspects. She teaches in central New Jersey and Bucks County, Pennsylvania in the USA, as well as online classes and sessions. So it is a true joy. She's also the, the chairman of the Research and Education Committee for the National Qigong Association in the US. And I'm very honored to be part of that committee, along with our dear friend, Amalia Weiching, and others that have been on the show. So global namaste, Siobhan.
Thank you so much, Sharon, for that wonderful introduction. I'm blushing over here. And although Sharon did a fabulous job talking about me, I do want to say that as a teacher, I'm also a student. I have some expertise, but I'm not an expert on everything that she mentioned. So I do have some knowledge, but I humbly share whatever I learn with you and with my students. So Sharon had asked me to talk a little bit and also demonstrate something called 6 healing sounds. And it's within the practice that I mainly teach, which is Tai Chi Cha. Not to be confused with Tai Chi Chuan. So Tai Chi Cha, the best way to describe it is sort of like a combination of Tai Chi and Qigong, but it is a non-martial art. So we focus on the healing aspects of these practices. So Tai Chi Chuan translates to knowledge of the fist. Qigong, or our practice at Tai Chi Cha, translates to knowledge of the supreme ultimate or the vital force. It's the energy within. So we're not about this, we're about this. So it is a very healing practice. It was created by Justin Stone, who's a Renaissance man. You can read up about him. But this practice, I'm very proud to say, has been studied extensively by UCLA, especially. Most likely because it's only 19 movements and a pose. It's very easy to learn, and I caution here, it's easy, but it's also complex. And the reason I say that is the more you do the practice, the more it reveals to you. So even the teachers who've been teaching it for 30 plus years, like myself, have said it just keeps going deeper and deeper into the practice. Now, the research has demonstrated that this particular practice can improve your immune system. So if you read any articles, say an AARP, New York Times, over the last decade or so, that reference Tai Chi as helping the immune system, it's because of this practice, Tai Chi Cha. That's what they studied to find the increase in immunity. Now, I am one of those teachers that never stay firmly, our practice is the best practice. No, 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 no. All the practices are good, all the forms are good, and the belief is that whatever happens in one form, the benefit will probably happen in the other form. However, that being said, because I've studied other traditional forms, I found that the chi, the intrinsic energy, which you might call prana, revved up quicker and more, I'm going to say, intensely. It took me years with the other forms to feel that. Does that mean our form is superior? No, it just means that the access to the benefits for the healing part, the spiritual part, the emotional part is more accessible quicker. Not only has it been proven to help raise the immune system, but it also helps with sleep quality, which a lot of people struggle with, especially seniors. But with the advent of world events in the last 10 years or so, I think more people are under stress, anxiety, having difficulty sleeping. So it helps with sleep. It also helps with the symptoms of depression. So the secondary title of Tai Chi Cha is Joy Through Movement. We also call it Joy Through Movement because that's the feeling I got as a beginner student. So I'm going to take a pause here for a minute. Sharon, was there any questions before I proceed?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm so thrilled, really, I've been wanting to learn this from Siobhan for a long time, ever since you mentioned it, because I've mentioned the 6 healing sounds on the show and taught a little bit of Mantak Chia's version. But this is really exquisite, and I'm thrilled to be partaking in it today.
Thank you, Sharon. So I'm just going to step back for a minute before we actually practice this together. For whatever reason, there might be a variety of reasons, I find that a lot of teachers of Tai Chi and Qigong really don't talk about the spiritual aspect of these practices. Maybe they share it with their more advanced students. I drop seeds along the way. It's not a religion. And our particular practice, believe it or not, a lot of sisters, nuns, practice Tai Chi Cha because it helps them with centering prayer. Again, it's not a religion, but people find, and I encourage my students, that to do the full practice, and then it's a great segue into whatever other spiritual practices they do. It's a great segue into meditation or prayer, chanting, whatever spiritual practice you have. It's really lovely. I came to it because I was very high energy, type A personality, was in medical sales for the longest time, loved all my clients, but sometimes my bosses would be very angry people. And I would come into class like almost shaking because I was upset about what happened at work. And after an hour-long class, I would leave floating on a cloud and saying to myself, why was I so upset before? And that really caught my attention. I was rather young when I came to the practice. I didn't have any chronic ailments, so I couldn't say, oh, it's helping my back, it's helping me sleep better. But when I left, I just felt calm, and it opened me up. it's all about letting go. This practice is all about letting go, physically, mentally, emotionally. It's helped me amazingly, and that was the reason why I became a holistic health practitioner, because it opened me up and I wanted to explore more. So, in the Ayurvedic tradition, which I am not an expert on, I believe that you have one sound, Om. And the philosophy behind that is that the sound reverberates on different organs for the potential for healing. So when I explain the 6 healing sounds to my clients, I say to them, think of your favorite piece of music, and you might be having a rough day, but maybe Frank Sinatra comes on, or Sting comes on, or whoever's the Beyonce comes on, and your
Or
favorite
Ravi Shankar, or Zakir Hussain, or Shiv Kumar Sharma, or yes.
and your whole day changes. It's like you feel great, you know? And that's what sound, which music can do. Or also I say to people, even looking at a beautiful picture, your radiant circuits, your joy energy, this is part of Tai Chi. If we have any Tai Chi or Qigong people, your 8 extraordinary vessels, it brightens you up. So I always kind of make a little joke. I don't know whether the Chinese were competitive, but they have 6 healing sounds. And so think of it like chanting. Chanting has been utilized through many religions, many cultures for healing possibility. Different schools of Tai Chi and Qigong will teach the movements differently. So what I'm teaching you comes from the tradition of Tai Chi Cha. Again, not to negate the other schools, there's not a one singular proper way to do it. I've had some very nice people from China correct my pronunciation when I explain the 6 healing sounds. But I don't, I keep quiet when they do that, because, you know, if you think of it, if you are in New York City or Alabama, the sounds or your pronunciation are going to have a little fine tuning there. And that happens with the Chinese language as well. So again, this is from our tradition. Now, it's very pneumatic, meaning it's very breathy. And I'm going to go over the sounds, and then I'm going to get up and we're going to do the movement part together. So the first sound is H-O, and I'll enunciate it. I'll go ho, and then from your dantian below your navel, you're going to go in a 1-syllable whisper. So, okay, and it comes from the belly. So that sound, even though we do all 6, that sound in particular helps your heart. And then we go to who, and think of it as WHO, who, and that helps with spleen. And then we come to the liver. Now, this is the sound, because they have no meaning, by the way. This sound is like the beginning of tsunami, TSU. So it's tsu, tsu. So tsu, tsu. Okay, and again, that helps liver. So ho, heart, hu, spleen, and tsu, liver. Okay, then we go to sh. So it's SHOU, as if you're about to say should, but leave out the LD. Sh, sh. The next sound's easy. Most of us here today are a she. And the last sound, I should say that the she is with the 3 heaters. So that usually is the 3 parts of the abdomen for the 3 heaters. And then the last one is for kidneys, and it's pronounced like CHWEE, shui, shui. Okay. Now, when you do 6 healing sounds, you're going to do 3 sets of these 6, okay? And the ending part, shui, we're going to do 5 times back and forth. Now, this is good for you, for healing, for your own self. Those of you that have experienced or are a practitioner of energy medicine or Reiki may agree with me that you do not lose energy if you're helping someone else or you're thinking or sending the energy non-locally to someone else. So when I think of someone who needs some TLC, extra loving care, when I do the 6 healing sounds and I think of them, I'm not losing energy. We take these sounds very seriously. We don't do them casually. And when I have a large group, like for World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, we make a circle around 1 or more people who have different ailments, and some really amazing things have happened. So I don't want people to get the wrong impression here. Sometimes people who have headaches or pain, they'll say it dissipates maybe for a short period of time or even altogether. I've heard amazing things from my clients. However, I caution you because it's not like 100% guarantee this is going to happen, because everybody has a different situation. I think you guys know all this. So we're going to do 6 healing sounds. And if you could stand up, you can do it seated, but it would be better if you stand up. So let me just adjust the camera so that you see exactly what I'm doing. Okay, we always start out with the left hand and left foot. So I'm facing you and it's like a mirror image. So if I lift this hand, that should be your left hand, okay? So I'm teaching backwards. So left hand, left foot. Now, the movement is this. So first, let's get in a good posture. We're going to put our feet together in a V. And I always say Tai Chi knees, which just means you just relax the knees a little bit. It doesn't mean you go all the way down as in the other forms. You just relax the knees, have a straight back, shoulders relaxed, hands, you can shake them out a little bit. Now, normally in a longer session, I would either do a full practice of Tai Chi Cha, which I normally do, or I would do some other movements before I do 6 healing sounds. But I want to get right to it so you can experience it. So I have a straight back. My hands are like on 2 soft clouds. Now I'm going to relax the right hand. So I can either have it like this to ground myself or neutral, okay? Going to bring out my left hand. I'm going to sink, which means just bend the knees a bit, shift my weight to the right, and step with the left heel and push forward. And I'm going to say ho, but I'm going to breathe it out like a whisper, remember? Ho, ho. And then I'm going to come back. Okay, now I see a message on the computer. I don't know if it has to be with me. Somebody raised their hand. Did you have a question?
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi? Somebody put their hand. No, you have a question?
Not yet.
Okay, so can we leave the questions for the end? And I'm going to, thank you. Okay, so we're going to start with the left hand, left foot from below the navel. That's our dantian. I'm going to huff it out in a one syllable whisper, taking the left heel forward and pushing forward. I'm going to go ho, like that. Now my back heel is down, okay? So all I did was put weight on the left foot. Now I'm going to shift back, and with two hands, now you're just going to gently push forward and sideways. It's like this. So it's not way out like that. It's like this. There's always a bend in my arm. So let's start again. Ho. Shift back, two hands, two. Shift back, and now over your right hip, you're going to bring both hands like this. I call this the butterfly, like your thumbs are almost touching, but not. And I just drop it over the right hip. I'm going to take my left heel to the side, and it's as if I'm sweeping across like that. So I'm going to go tsu, tsu. Okay? Now I'm going to step through with the right hand, right foot, and I'm going to huff out S-H-O-U, shoo, shoo. And two hands, shift back, she, she. Shift back over the left hip, step to your right. You're going to sweep across, C-H-W-E-E, shui, shui. Second step through, left hand, left foot, ho. Two hands, ho. Over the right hip, step to your left, su. Right hand, right foot, shu. Two, shift back, two hands, she. Shift back over the left hip, step to your right, shui. Shui. Third set, ho. Two hands, two. Over the right hip, step to the left, two. Right hand, right foot, shu. Two hands, she. Over the left hip, now we're going to do chui back and forth 5 times. So we're going to go to the right and we're going to go chui. All my weight is on the right leg. Now the left heel lifts up. I place it down, chui. Right heel up, right heel down. Right heel up. Left heel up, left heel down. And because I'm dyslexic and I'm teaching backwards, I think we need to do one more. Ready? And come across, and you should close with the left heel. Okay? Good. All right. So from there, because this is revving up the chi quite a bit, we want to ground, and I'll teach you how to ground that energy in a minute. But at this point, I would like to take any questions that you might have. So I see that Sharon, you've raised your hand for a question.
It raised my hand. I didn't, but I have a question.
Okay.
So when you are doing the sounds, are you thinking of the associated organs? You're just doing them and it just...
Okay, that is a great question. So thank you so much. I personally do not. And I was learning a different form of Qigong. And I learned all 120 movements, the breath to go with it, and the meditation. Okay, so I did all that. And it took years to learn that form. And then I started experimenting with every time I did a movement, what meridian it was activating. And for me, doing that, I left depleted, completely exhausted. I tried it for a couple of months and it did not work for me. And later on, I was, talking to other people about it, and really the concentration, and this is how we teach Tai Chi Cha, is always to be in the feet, the shifting of the weight, and moving from the dantian. And that's it, being very mindful. The chi goes where it needs to go. So I do not think personally, and I do not teach my clients to think of the different organs when they do it. I trust the chi. Like I said, it's intrinsic, it knows where to go. And I tell all my clients, everyone will get a benefit, but each of you will get a different benefit because you're at a different part of your healing journey. So the chi goes where it needs to go first. So no, it's a very mindful practice in the feet and from the dantian, and I clear my head just like you would do with meditation. So our grounding point in the practice is in the soles of the feet and moving from the dantian. So when our mind wanders, those are the two places that we go to. So no, I do not think of the different organs when I do that. Anybody else have any questions? We'll do it one more time again, but anybody else have any questions? Okay, you're all good? All right. So we'll try this one more time again, and I just had a thought, so give me a second. When you do this, the sounds are huffed in a one-syllable whisper. So when we do this as a healing group, I always tell my clients, don't get concerned if you step out with the wrong foot, mispronounce. It's the intention. Your intention setting forth is more important than the technical aspects of these practices. And I believe you all feel the same way. Does someone have a hand up again?
Yeah, I think Lata has a question.
Okay. Yes.
And when we can, Sharon, we can have a panel discussion afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, Lata, please.
Hi. So my question, I'm intrigued that you've actually dyslexic and that you still managed to do this and share it. I think that is a marvelous courage. But what I'm wondering, because when I was learning Tai Chi, is it Qigong you're doing or Tai Chi?
If you recall at the beginning, I was trying to express to everybody that this practice is very unique and it has aspects of both Tai Chi and Qigong. It's a non-martial art. It's more Qigong-like, but the more I understand about the martial arts, the more I see that there's similarities. So it's, I want to say almost like a hybrid, but it's not about fighting. Where the martial arts, I have a lot of students that say to me, "Oh, well, I studied, Tai Chi, and it's kind of like a dance. It moves from one section to another, and they're moving forward and back. And they go, "We're not fighting anyone." And I smile, and I try to gingerly explain to them that, oh, you're just beginning that form, and sooner than you expect it, your teacher is going to say, this is to block a blow. Okay, so they have applications for each movement. Think of the Karate Kid. If you've seen that movie, he's doing wipe on, wipe off, wipe on, wipe off. And, he says, I'm tired of washing windows. And the teacher says, wipe on is to block a blow, right? Those are applications. In our practice, Tai Chi Cha, we don't have applications because we're not fighting with anybody and we're not running away from anybody. So in that respect, it's more Qigong-like. However, again, there's similarities with Tai Chi, with the martial arts.
Siobhan, if you can come to the screen, we need to wind off in 5 minutes for a next conference that we've got. So if you could come to the screen, please. Let's have a quick comment from everybody, and then next time we'll make sure we give more time for this session so people can enjoy it.
I apologize. I didn't know how much time I had, and
No worries. Never apologize at healing, because we are all one family. Let's take a quick comment from Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, our Europe resident team, and then Amrita and Sharon can wind up having last comment from Siobhan, and then Amrita and Sharon can wind up. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you saw Siobhan was in a full swing over there in her style, her method, which is part of it of yoga and meditation as well.
Am I answering a question now?
This is Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. I'm seeking a comment for a minute and then we move on.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody grounds their energy, however you do that, because we didn't have time to do that. So, and thank you for having me today. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's move on. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas maybe is not getting our sound. Amrita, your comments.
Yeah, thank you, Dil Kumar. This was really very good episode actually in this, and moreover the energy work that you have done, especially, is very intricate in terms when I think about prana and the pranic forces in life. And this episode, which talks about yoga and meditation, has many things to do with the pranic energies, which in line with the uh, the chi and the quantum chi actually, and that quantum chi that covers up the whole life, that due to which the consciousness is in the form of existence, is a beautiful, intricate play of understanding how in different cultures and traditions we have the replication of the same energy but in different forms. And I really loved your session, to be very honest, and it's very soothing. I really wish we have more time for the future. Definitely we'll be keeping it.
And it comes, and Amrita, it comes with wisdom and years of experience. So that's beautiful part.
Yeah.
And I think later we should do a extended session, which it will be very good. Let's take 1 minute quick comment from Riddhi and how the day was and how Siobhan made her smile. And then we move to Sharon and then we can close. Over to you, Riddhi. A quick comment from you.
But I think today's session was really good in terms of bringing together different modalities. We saw things not just from a yoga meditation Ayurveda perspective, but we also saw things from a science perspective. And that is so important nowadays as well, within the whole area of research, to be able to back up the findings that we have on a yoga meditation level from a science perspective, because then we're able to gain accreditation within the whole yoga industry as well. So the work that is happening behind the scenes is equally important, because the work that is happening on screen is what's giving weight to it. And we've had fantastic array of speakers today who have been able to share things from their own perspectives, be that from PhD perspective, be that from master's perspective, or just be that genuinely from a place of caring. And I feel like that's where, Shobhan, you've come in today as well, with an energy practice. And you had all of us joining you on this practice as well, and just seeing how the chi flows within the different organs and within the dantians and systems, which is similar to what Amrita was saying earlier in terms of having the flow through the pranas and the chakras, and just seeing how these systems complement one another. When we had Keith on earlier, he was talking about things from a Tai Chi and Qigong perspective. Equally important to see how all of these sciences work hand in hand, work tandem with each other to complement each other, but also to fill a much bigger picture, which is a much bigger holistic picture. So I'm grateful to each and every single one of you. I think you've all done amazing work here today. And Sharon, over to you.
Thank you, Riddhi. So that was wonderful. And of course, when it comes to quantum chi, who better than Sharon, a movie producer, a narrator, a director, and a new movie coming soon as well. So Sharon, if you could conclude, and then either you or Amrita can go with Gayatri Mantra. Siobhan, as usual, you bring bountiful of wisdom, personality, and knowledge. So you are obviously now an integral part of healing our earth. Over to you, Sharon, and we need to conclude in 2 minutes for next conference that we need to move. Thank you.
Siobhan, it's been a real joy to have you on today, and maybe we could bring you back for one of our integrated health programs so that we could do more and continue.
I'd love to. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Yeah. As always, everyone, it's really wonderful to be with you and bringing you all of these tools for quieting the mind and opening the heart and healing, really healing oneself. It's so nice to have techniques to actually use to heal yourself. And this program really brings so many techniques and from so many different perspectives. So thank you all for joining us, and I will, now it's over to Amrita.
Darren, we would like to have your mantra today to close, actually. So before we move to you, I'd like to especially thank Riddhi as a co-producer, as well as Alexandra, a co-producer, and Sharon for this successful episode, and abundance of thanks to all the participants as well as the experts who have joined us today for episode, as well as special thanks to Nishit for our technical director behind the screen, who always work tirelessly to make this a successful one. And yes, let's have Sharon, over to you.
You would like
any mantra.
Okay. I've been in last week, we have Tibetan doctor Amshinima here from Nepal. And so I think what I'll do, there's a mantra that's the 100-syllable mantra of Vajrasattva. Vajrasattva, and so while I'm saying it, and I always use it when my mind is spinning, I just start with this mantra and the visualization, and by the time I'm finished, I'm calm. So I'll do this mantra. It goes even when I'm sleeping now. You imagine that Vajrasattva, beautiful, a deity in union.
Please go ahead, Sharon. There is only 1 minute left before the next session. Please go ahead.
Imagine that on your head, and this nectar is flowing through all your chakras and channels. Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tinopa Atishta Drido Mebaba Sarva Siddhi Me Payata Sarva Karma Sutame Chicham Triram Guru Hung Ha 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 Ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Vajri Mame Mupsa Vajri Bab Maha Samaya Sat